Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you, taking a live look now this morning from London as the country prepares to say goodbye to Queen Elizabeth II. We've got live coverage of that funeral all morning long. It is Monday, September 19th, and we are starting off with a gorgeous week, a gorgeous end of the summer, actually. Justin Chambers with your forecast and donuts this morning.
Well, I try to, it's a Monday, right?
It is.
So let's just try to make it feel good, Taylor.
I'm here for that.
Good morning to you.
My first Monday morning donuts, we're off to a good start.
We got you. I got you. All right, we'll take care of you and take care of the forecast as well. Numbers here this morning are not too bad, mainly in the 60s right now as you look out over the Inner Harbor. Clear skies this morning. May pick up a stray pop-up thunderstorm a little bit later for the afternoon today, but overall our temperatures are mainly in the 60s, even some lower 70s still hanging on to Woodlawn and Dundalk over to Essex and Middle River at this time. So your morning drive overall looking pretty good. You definitely want the windows down here this morning with mid to upper 60s over the next few hours and staying dry as well. Should top out right about 89. So it is going to be a warm one again this afternoon with that chance for a pop-up thunderstorm. Those temperatures well above average. Last couple of days of summer, we're going to break down that forecast as well as what we can expect as we get into the new season. That's coming up in just a few. Back to you.
Right now, let's do a look at the traffic here thanks to the Ken Stoller Traffic Network. Look at that. Drive times moving very smoothly there, all in the green. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning with those updates. Turning now to a city in crisis. This past weekend was the final weekend of summer. Now, the city in Baltimore saw nearly 100 homicides. This as we near 250 deadly shootings with 3 months left to go in the year. And it's not just shootings, carjackings, robberies. Those are also on the rise, especially among young people. The latest incident happening Friday, 3 teens took police on a dangerous high-speed chase from the city into Baltimore County. Police found loaded guns and drugs inside the car. But as crime piles up, the debate continues over how to best handle young offenders.
Really the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state and the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crime.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
Now, coming up at 5:30, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the driving factors behind the increasing levels of violence. Continuing our coverage this morning, the Department of Public Works is still facing backlash for its handling of the water crisis. Now, as E. coli contaminated West Baltimore's water supply, the head of DPW admits he was aware of the contamination for nearly 3 days before alerting the public. City Council weighing in last week.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
Now, the contamination was first discovered on September 2nd. Our Mackenzie Frost pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on the failure to communicate.
You told me that you didn't think the communication was bungled in terms of how this was talked about in the community. During the hearing yesterday, we heard DPW Director Jason Mitchell say that there were mistakes made, and he recognizes that. Why does it seem to be a difference between he's willing to take responsibility for what happened?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. And what I said last week, Mackenzie, is that we met every single requirement. And what we're talking about now is exceeding those requirements and being better. There's always room for improvement. Nobody is perfect. Tom Brady loses football games, right? No one's perfect. You can always be better than you were before, and that's what we're going to do.
Mayor Scott says his office will handle communications like these in the future moving forward. The city is still trying to figure out what exactly caused the E. coli contamination. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will join us with a preview of the water hearing scheduled for today. And of course, Fox 45 has been taking matters into our own hands, conducting an independent test of the water in West Baltimore. One woman says she won't trust her water until the mayor comes to her house and takes a sip. Our Keith Daniels has been following this story and testing her water. He'll have the results this week. Trending this morning, a moving scene at the Inner Harbor Amphitheater as the Salvation Army celebrates 130 years of service in Baltimore. Sunday's ceremony marked the end of a three-day event focusing on the past, present, and future of service in the city. The Salvation Army has been a staple in Baltimore, aiding in everything from the Great Fire of 1904 to the COVID pandemic, in which they prepared more than 10,000 meals for people who could not go to the grocery store. All right, concerns this morning surrounding the future of same-sex marriage. The warning coming from one senator. Plus, a mild start to the morning with temperatures in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we'll need the umbrellas today, hoping no. Who could not go to the grocery store. All right, concerns this morning surrounding the future of same-sex marriage. The warning coming from one senator. Plus, a mild start to the morning with temperatures in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know.
.38 is your time right now on your Monday morning. Hopefully you enjoyed the final weekend of summer. Temperatures are still going to be very summer-like here today as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Nice, calm start to your Monday morning. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Numbers staying mainly in the 60s, mild conditions. Back with your full forecast, including a change in our weather pattern later this week. That's coming up in just a few. Taylor?
All right, a bill to safeguard same-sex marriage rights could be at risk if Republicans get a majority vote in the Senate this November. That's according to Senate Majority Dick Durbin. He says, I'm worried. Take a look. Now, Democrats have been trying to find 10 Republican votes to overcome the filibuster and pass a bill codifying gay marriage rights. They plan to put the measure to a vote in the coming weeks, but also announced plans to postpone it until after midterm elections. They say they believe they can get more support after the election passes. The bill already passed the House in July. New York City Mayor Eric Adams calling for a united effort to deal with immigration at the southern border. Now, we should be clear that this is a state humanitarian crisis, he says. Take a look.
We should be clear that this is, as I stated, a humanitarian crisis created by human hands. And it is an all hands on deck moment where we're all supposed to come together and coordinate.
This comes as the governor of Texas, Florida, and Arizona have been sending planes and busloads of migrants to New York and Washington, D.C. They say they're not able to keep up with the flow of migration into their states. That's as former Department of Homeland Security Jeff Johnson defended Biden's administration against what he calls an unfair perception of its immigration policies. He says the flow of immigration has expanded beyond the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Honduras, and Guatemala, as well as El Salvador.
This problem has become hemispheric. In addition to those countries, you now have Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, who are not cooperating with us. Their countries are literally imploding, and there's migration to the north and the south.
Now, Johnson says the U.S. is currently sending back 100,000 migrants each month. He says Border Patrol capabilities are bigger than they were 8 years ago, but it's still a struggle to keep up with this unfolding crisis. President Biden's approval ratings have climbed to its highest point since last November. That's according to a new NBC News poll released this Sunday. It comes as former President Trump's favorability has fallen to its lowest level in more than a year. Republicans tied 46 to 46% when voters were asked who they want to see control Congress after the midterms. That's as Republicans still have an advantage on the economy. 63% of voters believe their income is falling behind the cost of living. 58% say they disapprove of Biden's handling of the economy. Now, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the Twitter whistleblower exposing big tech secrets. We're tracking the fallout. A cybersecurity expert joins us to talk privacy and potential violations. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can always watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. A 6-month setback for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Still ahead, how this could impact the case going forward.
She has quite a journey when it comes to surviving cancer. I'm Liz Bonus. Her inspiring story and an important message for other women. It is just ahead.
In your health headlines this morning, a recent study found several cancers in young people are on the rise. Now, this includes ones we don't hear much about that impacts women. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares the journey of a survivor trying to turn this trend around.
Hey there, everybody. It all started when Jennifer and her husband, Matt, decided to expand their family. Some routine tests at her gynecologist's office led to the discovery that she had cervical cancer.
My husband and I don't have any children of our own, as of now, so it was our first experience in that journey.
And what an experience. Preparing for chemotherapy, Jennifer even asked her doctor about a possible pregnancy delay.
She very bluntly looked at me and said, "It could take your life."
For months then, a team led by Dr. Tom Herzog of Ohio's University of Cincinnati Cancer Center helped coordinate an intense treatment plan for Jennifer. It was designed to kill off a cancer that this recent gynecological study shows is now on the rise in young people in later stages.
That was shocking because we don't see increases in solid tumors, especially at advanced stages, especially considering that this is a disease for which we can easily screen.
Those screenings are conducted from a routine Pap test, something Dr. Herzog told me many women missed in this pandemic time.
And there's no doubt that COVID has had a negative impact on screening.
Cervical cancer also now considered preventable with the help of the HPV vaccine.
That we can prevent almost 90% of these cancers from even occurring with vaccination.
So now Jennifer bravely sharing her story today to let us know two things. First, a routine screening likely saved her life, and it could save yours too.
I truly feel like someone was watching over me in that springtime for the reason that I didn't get pregnant, to then determine my course of how things were going to end.
And second, because her team found her cancer in early stages.
The plan that the team came up with was the perfect plan, and it did what it needed to do, and I am cancer-free.
Matt and Jennifer were able to preserve what was needed to have their own biological baby, and they have now started that journey once again to grow their family. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
In other COVID news, those who suffer from anxiety, depression, or loneliness may be at risk for developing long COVID. A new study published in JAMA Psychiatry found people with common psychiatric conditions could have as much as 50% higher chance in developing long-term COVID symptoms. Researchers looked at this medical data from nearly 55,000 people. Participants with two or more types of psychological problems like anxiety or depression seem to be even higher on the scale for folks at risk. The author suggests depression and other mental health issues can make it harder for people to ward off the virus due to their immune system. All right, let's get right into it with meteorologist Justin Chambers. A look at your forecast this final week of summer. What are we looking like?
Well, we're still going to stay warm and very summer-like today, Taylor, because we saw those temperatures that were in the mid-80s yesterday, and we're going to add about 3 or 4 degrees by the afternoon, even bringing in the chance of a pop-up shower or thunderstorm a little bit later today as a cold front gets closer to us. Right now, everything is quiet here in Towson, and temperatures are in the 60s for the most part. In fact, upper 60s in Towson. Notice the dew point temp at 62 degrees. We're going to have those dew points back into the 60s. This is what I was talking about last week, where we're back into the kind of sticky category on our muggy meter. Just a little bit more of that humidity that will be out there. But as you get up and at 'em with us here the next couple of hours, rise and shine, grab your coffee and breakfast here. We're going to see those numbers stay mainly in the 60s this morning. Notice the sunrise and sunset times closer to 12 hours of day and night because that autumnal equinox is coming up later this week. So our high temps, or our temps, I should say, in the 8 o'clock hour will be in the upper 60s as well if you're hanging out there at Fed Hill. Right about 85 by lunchtime. Not a bad day to have lunch outdoors. Just watch for some of those towering cumulus clouds to build a little bit later today, and that could bring in the threat for some thunderstorms into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Nothing widespread. It'll be very pop-up in nature, and if we see anything at all, some of us won't see any of that rain rolling through today. But we'll all see those warm temperatures. Mid-80s for Westminster and Eldersburg this afternoon, 84 in Reisterstown, Cockeysville at 86, 87 in Towson, and close to 90 in Baltimore down through Dundalk later today. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 80s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton, 87 Severna Park, 86 in Annapolis this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, you're going to see those warm temperatures, 90 in Richmond, close to 90 in Philly and D.C. today, and 81 heading down the ocean there in Ocean City. We are tracking Hurricane Fiona. We see the 90-mile-an-hour winds. This is bringing a lot of wind and rain to Puerto Rico and also to the Dominican Republic. That's where the center of this storm is right now. And this is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. 90-mile-an-hour winds is a Category 1 storm. This storm is going to move off the Dominican island there and moving out into the Atlantic again, and then making its way toward the north, eventually as a major hurricane by Tuesday evening with 115-mile-an-hour winds. But notice it is going to make kind of that right turn and not going to impact the East Coast, possibly going to be impacting Bermuda later this week, but should not have any issues for us here on the East Coast. Either way, we'll keep our eyes on it as we always do. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 89 today, back to the mid-80s tomorrow. Fall begins Thursday night. We will have the potential for some showers on Thursday during the day, and then Friday and Saturday we are quite a bit cooler heading into our first weekend of the new season. Taylor?
All right, let's head over now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network and take a look at these live cameras. Not many folks on the road yet, so you can see all the highways moving smoothly this morning. No delays to report. Now let's make sure we check back in later here with Mark Jones with the MTA with that update.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find on-time service on the Brunswick and Penn lines of MARC. But on the Camden line, CSX transportation freight train congestion has made it necessary to cancel a few trains, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. 841 and 840 are the ones affected this morning, not running. And in the afternoon, 857 and 858. Be aware of that on the Camden line of MARC train. Light rail link right on time. No delays or issues there. And Metro subway link looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A popular podcast and a guilty conviction getting a second pair of eyes today. We've got the update on the hearing set to happen here in Baltimore.
Border battles heating up. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at how the latest strategies have thrust the issue of immigration back into the spotlight.
In your national news, new signs this morning about the growing immigration challenges facing America, not just at the border, but also in Washington, D.C. National correspondent Christine Frizzell looks into the disagreements and the best way to proceed.
It's a scene replaying around the country. Another day, another bus filled with migrants being dropped off from Washington, D.C. to Martha's Vineyard to New York City. An action expected to continue in the week ahead.
Just for my hometown of Laredo, we're sending out 21 to 26 buses a day out of Laredo, just to give you an idea of what's happening here.
New York City often on the receiving end of the buses, calling the move, often made without warning, a political play, experiencing what the mayor calls a humanitarian crisis.
We need resources for housing, resources to make sure that we could properly give people the medical care, all of the basic necessities that you would give new arrivals that enter a city.
The challenges have prompted more questions, including from Capitol Hill lawmakers directed at the White House about what policy changes, if any, are being considered.
This is a national problem, and yet these governors along the southern borders are the ones that are faced with trying to address it. And it's not just 50 of these individuals coming across, it's thousands.
We've got fentanyl killing our kids. People call what he did cruel. You know what's cruel? Is ignoring this issue. Democrats are ignoring it, doing nothing while our kids are dying.
NBC News reporting on growing frustration and friction from Homeland Security officials at the Biden administration's reluctance to transport migrants. In the meantime, it's a move coordinated and sponsored by some GOP governors, expressing shock at this comment from the White House last week.
We have taken unprecedented action over the past year and a half to secure our border and rebuild a safer and orderly process system.
A system growing more strained by the day. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
In your international news, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is condemning recent attacks on Armenia by Azerbaijan. She's calling for negotiations to end that conflict. She traveled to Armenia with congressional delegations earlier this weekend. She stopped at the U.S. Embassy, where she took some photos with a Marine detachment there. Her trip comes after 2 days of shelling earlier this week, in which 200 troops were killed. Armenia each blame each other for starting last week's fight. It's the worst outbreak in hostilities in more than 2 years. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is decrying another horrific discovery after pushing Russian troops out of the northeast.
Torture was a widespread practice in the occupied territory. That's what the Nazis did. This is what Russians do, and they will answer in the same way, both on the battlefield and in courtrooms. We will identify all those who tortured, who humiliated, who brought this atrocity from Russia here to our Ukrainian land.
Ukrainian prosecutors released these images, reportedly showing torture rooms in the Kyiv region. They say they found more than 10 rooms like these after the Russian retreat, along with alleged torture devices. It has been impossible to independently confirm what happened in those rooms. Brutal sites were previously found in the city of Izum, where more than 440 fresh graves were found near the city's cemetery. Zelensky says that they contain bodies of civilians, children, and soldiers, showing signs of violent deaths. Making headlines this morning, a tragic scene in Colorado. 3 people dead after planes crashed in midair. It happened about half hour outside of Boulder. Now, 2 people were on one of the planes. It's unclear how many of them were on the other. The FAA is investigating the cause of that crash, but neighbors say it was a clear day, and then out of nowhere, they saw smoke coming out of both planes.
Convicted killer Adnan Syed is in court today with the chance of being set free. I'm Olivia Dance. Coming up next, I'll have more details, plus hear why some have concerns.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby not in court today as her trial is once again delayed. Coming up, why it was pushed back so far.
Stepping into a brand new week with temperatures that are not too bad right now, but we're going to heat up this afternoon. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
A live look now this morning from London as the country prepares to say goodbye to its longest reigning monarch.
Taylor Stewart will have more on this funeral throughout the morning from our live center. Good morning to all of you on this Monday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers has the morning off, and we're getting you started with a look at your forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and hopefully enjoyed the weekend. Temperatures that were pretty nice out there, mid-80s, kind of warm out at that Ravens game yesterday afternoon. Let's take a look outside right now and see what's going on here in Towson. And right now our numbers have dropped to the mid-60s. You can always see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. Statewide, upper 50s for Oakland and Cumberland this morning, but most of us along the Chesapeake from Bel Air and Baltimore down through Annapolis in those 60s, even 71 in Annapolis right now. A mild Monday morning, a warm afternoon ahead, and we do have the potential today of a stray pop-up thunderstorm. I haven't talked about rain in a while, so out for your yard and gardening cast in the next couple of hours, getting those mums ready to go for the fall. We've got to see, we will see those temperatures that will rise into the mid and upper 80s later this afternoon. And we'll have another breakdown in your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got our live cameras pulled up and light traffic. Everyone's moving right now. 5:01, and happening today, we could see a murder conviction overturned in the case of Serial's podcast subject Adnan Syed. Attorneys for Syed, who was found guilty of killing his high school girlfriend Heyman Lee more than 20 years ago, confirmed that the hearing will take place this afternoon.
The convicted killer is due back in court to consider the request from prosecutors.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from the Circuit Courthouse with what we can expect coming out of this hearing. Olivia.
Good morning, and yeah, that's right. The hearing is at 2 today, right here at Circuit Court, and there is a chance that Adnan Syed could be set free. The hearing comes after the city state's attorney's office filed for a new trial, saying new evidence needs to be considered. But some experts have concerns about the timing of the announcement, considering state's attorney Marilyn Mosby is also facing trial herself.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
Timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
And just for some background for you, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death 22 years ago, but the state's attorney's office says they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and they also say advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him, but the state's attorney says she isn't convinced that Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial, and she's demanding he be set free. Back to you.
Olivia, we know this isn't the first time that Syed has tried to get a new trial. What happened the last time?
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. We know that 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court rejected a new trial, and then 1 year after that, the U.S. Supreme Court also refused a new trial. So we'll just have to see what happens at today's hearing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Meanwhile, the federal perjury and mortgage fraud case against Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby faces its second delay.
Today would have been the first day of the trial, but now it won't happen until spring of next year.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from Harbor East with the delay and what we can expect moving forward. Shannon.
And Megan, Marilyn Mosby is now going to have to wait until the spring, like you said, to try to prove her innocence. The trial that was supposed to start today is now scheduled for March 27th. And you'll remember that this is not the first time that this trial has been pushed back. This time, it was delayed at the request of the prosecution, who argued to a judge that there should be a delay because the defense missed the deadline to disclose their expert witnesses. Well, defense attorney A. Scott Bolden was firing back outside of the courtroom on Wednesday. Take a listen.
Because they realize that we have some incredible experts to defend her. And they've told us repeatedly they didn't want experts, they didn't need experts. And now on the eve of trial, they report to the court on the record that they're going to use experts.
Well, the prosecution has now asked for a gag order following those comments made outside the courtroom on Wednesday. We know, though, Megan and Patrice, that the court will not consider this gag order until October at the earliest.
Oh, Shannon, do we know why the trial itself was pushed back so far?
Yeah, that's a good question, Patrice. We actually spoke with former defense attorney Kurt Nachman about that very question. He says there's a few things that come into play here. Number one, just the schedule of the court and the delays that they're still experiencing due to COVID. He also says the magnitude of this trial means that there's going to have to be quite a few jurors that come out for jury selection. So all of that could play into this. So now we'll have to wait until March to see how this all plays out. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. 5:05 and turning now to a city in crisis. Amid Baltimore's uptick in violence, Mayor Brandon Scott announces a complete overhaul of the violence intervention program, Safe Streets. In less than a month, the community-based organizations that oversee Safe Street sites will change hands. That supervision will be done by just two groups, LifeBridge Health and Catholic Charities. Now, in the past, Safe Streets was run by a series of nonprofits, and the mayor hopes this consolidation will improve communication. Fox 45 News has been following Safe Streets for months, demanding answers about the organizations and how it operates.
City activists are trying to organize some of that community outreach, but they receive discouraging news from the city. Dr. Andre Humphreys with Baltimore's trauma response team says his group acts as a healing source for people dealing with grief, counseling victims' families and walking them through the process of losing a loved one. But when they asked for $400,000 from the city to help their efforts, they got a counteroffer of only $25,000.
A form of disrespect and a slap in the face. With the funding that they have, they were serious about trying to help the victims of trauma. I believe they're going about doing it the wrong way.
Dr. Humphrey believes any sort of organization like his should be taken more seriously as a violence intervention strategy by city leaders.
5:06, world leaders converge on London to say goodbye to the Queen.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest on the Queen's funeral. Taylor.
That's right. In about 30 minutes here, the first part of the funeral tradition will begin. This is a live look now from London around 5:30 our time. The coffin will be moved from Westminster Hall, and then it'll head to the state gun carriage of the Royal Navy. Guests began arriving for the service about 2 hours ago. President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are also in London to pay their respects to the late Queen Elizabeth II. Yesterday, the signed condolence book at Lancaster House. The president and the First Lady were joined there by the U.S. Ambassador to the United Kingdom, Jane Hartley. Now, we're going to have coverage of this funeral all morning long. Stick with Fox 45 as it gets underway. We'll have those live updates. Megan, Patrice?
All right, Taylor, thank you. Increasing crime levels across the nation having a negative impact on certain businesses. Why one CEO says hiring has halted.
Not a bad end to summer, but it's not over yet. We've still got lots of those warm days ahead that we'll be talking about. Breaking it down for you coming up in a few. 5:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning, looking out over the Inner Harbor. I know it's not a victory Monday, not the way we wanted to wake up this morning, but it's all good. We'll get right back on schedule with the Ravens back in New England this upcoming weekend. Here's a look at our sprinkler cast. Probably still want to get those sprinklers on, even if we do carry a chance for a pop-up thunderstorm this afternoon. Not really going to get a lot of rain, so I know a lot of those lawns are getting brown out there. We'll take a closer look at your numbers coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning. Police in Carroll County arrest a man after a deadly hit-and-run Saturday night in Westminster. You're looking at 34-year-old Timothy Carter there. He is now being charged with manslaughter after hitting a pedestrian with his SUV. Police say Carter fled the scene initially, but officers were able to track him down around 9:30 Sunday morning.
We are learning more about an ATM theft Saturday along Falls Road. It happened just before 2 p.m. at Redfish Liquors. Police say 2 men went inside, picked up the ATM, and walked out without being stopped. They loaded the machine into a vehicle and drove away. Anyone with information is asked to call Baltimore City Police.
Puerto Rico in the dark this morning as Hurricane Fiona continues to wreak havoc. Coming up, how much rain the island has seen and how much more is expected.
And taking a live look from London this morning as the world says goodbye to Queen Elizabeth II. Taylor Stewart will have live coverage all morning long. 5:12 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. Looking ahead this morning, the countdown is on to Blazer Dash at Notre Dame Preparatory School in Baltimore County.
It is the 25th anniversary of this school fundraiser, and it includes a 5K and a 1-mile fun run. Some students and faculty joined Fox 45 Morning News this past weekend to share how the race is about more than just crossing the finish line.
The purpose of the race is to raise money for scholarship funds. A lot of those funds are memorial scholarships, and it's a way to show our support for those families who've lost their loved ones that are important to our community.
Blazer Dash comes up this weekend. It starts at 8:30 Sunday, September 25th.
5:15 now, and turning now to some wicked weather. Flash flood warnings have been issued for most of Puerto Rico as Hurricane Fiona batters the island.
Take a look at this video showing a bridge being swept away by the floodwaters. You see the bridge there. Well, between 5 to 10 inches of rain fell Sunday alone, and the National Hurricane Center says even more is on the way.
Currently, the entire island, all 1.5 million residents, they are without power. Fiona comes 2 days ahead of the anniversary, by the way, of 2017's Hurricane Maria, which destroyed the island's power grid and killed nearly 3,000 people.
Wow. Well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what they're dealing with and what our week looks like.
Yeah, and this is a very massive storm, ladies. I mean, this is still a Category 1 storm. The center of Fiona right now, 90-mile-an-hour winds. You can see this is San Juan, Puerto Rico under there getting hit with all of the rain on the backside of the storm. The center of the storm is right there. You can see that eye of the storm. This is over the Dominican Republic. That's where the center of the storm is right now. And this storm is going to continue to track to the north and eventually up toward Bermuda. Not making a run at the U.S. East Coast, but either way, keeping our eyes on this. This is our storm that we've been tracking since last week, and now that hurricane more than likely will become a major hurricane by the time we get into Monday or later on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Meanwhile, for us here, no rain in sight. Now, we do have the potential of a pop-up thunderstorm a little bit later today. So your weather headlines look like this. 65 is your temp right now. Upper 80s is where we're headed to for this afternoon. So we'll still be warm as we got the last couple of days of summer here. Stray thunderstorm will be possible as well. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no issues for the umbrella this morning with temperatures that are mainly staying in the mid-60s, mid-80s by noontime. And when you pick the kids up, almost 90 degrees this afternoon, maybe a good idea. Just throw the umbrella in the book bag just in case, especially if you got a little small one there. That way they are taken care of in case we run into any of those storms. I still have the pool cast up because we've still got pool-like weather. We're going to be close to 90 today, and even Tuesday and Wednesday, mid to upper 80s. So those temperatures are well above average. Typically, we're in the upper 70s this time of year. You can see those numbers here for your city. 83 in Westminster, 85 in Bel Air, Chestertown at 86, 85 in Annapolis, and close to 90 in Baltimore for today. How about them O's? They're only 4 games out, and they are back at home starting tonight. The Tigers are in town. They've got a 3-game set against the Tigers, and then the Astros return, and you know what that means. Trey Mancini will be back at Camden Yards on Thursday, but may see a stray pop-up shower late into the afternoon and evening, hanging on till right about game time. 81 for the first pitch, upper 70s into the 5th inning, and mid to upper 70s through the 9th inning. All right, so here's that cold front that's coming through later today. Again, we're not tracking a lot of rain. If we get anything, it will be very isolated at best. Cold front passes through, and we're slightly cooler tomorrow, but drier into Tuesday and Wednesday. Another round of showers comes later this week on Thursday. That'll be the first day of fall. It's officially Thursday night, so Friday, the first full day of fall, and look at those temps on cue, back to the lower 70s by Friday afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and at this early hour, our drive times are looking good. We're in the green across the board. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. CSX transportation congestion, freight train congestion has canceled 841 train and 840 this morning. They're not running. And afternoon trains 857 and 858 now through the 30th of the month. Information is available at mta.maryland.gov. Allow time for travel out there. The Penn line might be a better option for you instead of those trains on the Camden line. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end to end, no delays or issues. Metro Subway Link looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Concern this morning for the future of same-sex marriage, why one senator is now sounding the alarms.
High levels of crime, increasingly bad for business. We hear from some CEOs straight ahead.
522 in your national news this morning. Companies headquartered in America's largest city saying that high crime levels are hurting their business.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us this morning with their concerns.
CEO Chris Kempczinski saying crime in Chicago, where McDonald's is headquartered, is scaring away not just customers, but also employees at every level, from store positions to executives. And McDonald's is not alone. Crime is not good for business. McDonald's CEO Chris Kempczinski hammering the point home during a speech at the Chicago Economic Club this week.
Every single person in this room has seen the corrosive effect that crime can have on the city, its psyche, and its citizens. It's seeping into every corner of our city, wreaking an untold human impact.
Crime hurting recruitment and sales, according to Kempczinski. New statistics show overall crime up 38% for Chicago compared to this time last year. In New York City, Mayor Eric Adams receiving his first annual management report on Friday. The crime section less than favorable. Reading, quote, after hitting near historic lows before the pandemic, fiscal 2022 experienced unparalleled increases in the major crime categories. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon saying employees fear coming back to the office after a coworker was shot and killed in the New York subway. Safety concerns also forced Starbucks to close 16 locations this summer, according to executives. And in the small city of Schenectady, New York, crime is up 44%. But this entrepreneur chose to open a new business there anyway.
Despite the stats and what we're hearing about crime, we really feel like this is a place where business owner, the community, everybody wants to see this place improve and grow.
As the midterms inch closer, Republicans running tough on crime campaigns hope this issue will help them at the ballot box. But Democratic strategists increasingly hopeful other issues like abortion will energize their base enough to hold on to their majorities. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
All right, Kayla, thank you. A bill to safeguard same-sex marriage rights could be at risk if Republicans get a majority in the Senate this November. And that's according to Senate Majority Whip Dick Durbin. We'll hear from him in just a moment. Meantime, Democrats have been trying to find 10 Republican votes to overcome the filibuster and pass a bill codifying gay marriage rights. They plan to put the measure to a vote in the coming weeks, but announced plans to postpone it until after the midterms. Those leading the negotiations say they believe the bill can find more Republican support post-election. The bill already passed in the House in July. The bill so far has garnered support from a few Republican senators like Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina and Rob Portman of Ohio.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is calling for a united effort to deal with the immigration crisis at the southern border.
We should be clear that this is, as is stated, a humanitarian crisis created by human hands, and it is an all hands on deck moment where we're all supposed to come together and coordinate.
Well, the comments come as the governors of Texas, Florida, and Arizona have been sending planes and busloads of migrants to New York and Washington, D.C., saying they aren't able to keep up with the flow of migration in their states. That's as former Department of Homeland Security Jay Johnson defended the Biden administration against what he calls the unfair perception that it's lax on immigration. He says the flow of migration has expanded beyond the northern triangle countries of Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador.
This problem has become hemispheric. In addition to those countries, you now have Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, who are not cooperating with us. Their countries are literally imploding, and there's migration to the north and the south.
Johnson says the U.S. is currently sending back 100,000 migrants each month. He says Border Patrol capabilities are bigger than they were 8 years ago, but it's a struggle to keep up with this unfolding crisis.
As crime piles up, so does the debate on how to curb it. Coming up, the pattern we continue to see involving young people.
There's still concerns about Baltimore's water crisis, and today residents are meeting to address those concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll have more details on what we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:30, and we are taking you live to Westminster Hall this morning, where the Queen will officially be laid to rest today.
Taylor Stewart will have live coverage of today's events all morning long. Welcome back on this Monday morning. 5:30 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and our forecast today.
Yeah, good morning. We are taking a look at temperatures that will still stay well above average the last couple of days of summer. As we take you outside right now, everything is looking nice and calm for your Monday morning, getting back to work and school, just waking up with us. And you're seeing numbers right now in the low to mid 60s for Rosedale, up into Cockeysville, 65 in Towson. Same number for you there in Baltimore City. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Probably a windows down type morning with numbers in the mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours. Overall, not too bad. We'll top out at 89 today. Do have the chance of a pop-up thunderstorm this afternoon. We'll be slightly cooler on Tuesday and Wednesday, but again, highs still in the mid to upper 80s. Some big changes temperature-wise as we head toward the end of the week. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Our live cameras showing traffic picking up a little bit, but we're moving. No issues to report.
5:31 in a city in crisis. The final weekend of summer has come to an end. It has been a violent season as the city saw nearly 100 homicides and now sits just shy of 250 for the year.
And it's not just shootings. Carjackings and robberies are also on the rise, especially among young people.
The latest incident just this past Friday, 3 teens charged after a high-speed chase leading police through the streets of Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Police found loaded guns and drugs inside the car.
But as the crime piles up, the debate continues over how to best handle these young offenders.
Really the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state and the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crime.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning.
Shannon, what are you hearing about what seems to be driving the violence?
Well, Megan, as you guys just laid out, that debate rages on. But one thing's for certain, we continue to see this pattern over and over, where in many of these high-profile cases, the suspect is underage. And as you mentioned, that was the case for these 3 teens who are now behind bars following Friday's high-speed chase. It was a pursuit that lasted 16 miles on I-83. Police say 2 of the teens arrested are just 15 years old. One of them is 17 years old. So we reached out and spoke with Ivan Chestnut. He's a youth advocate who works with high-risk teens after they've entered the juvenile justice system, and he sees the faces behind the numbers.
I see a lot of them been traumatized mentally and stuff. They don't have no support. Now that most of them, and it's not like enough resources out here or programs out here that can help them to show them something different.
Well, according to the department, police have charged 10 people under 18 with murder so far this year, and nearly a dozen kids have lost their lives on city streets. There has been debate in Baltimore among city leaders and advocates over consequences and whether there should be more transparency in the records of juvenile offenders to help curb the problem. As for those 3 teens arrested on Friday, they are now in juvenile jail. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Several other high-profile crimes this summer in Baltimore have also involved youth. A 15-year-old squeegee kid is charged with killing 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds at a busy Inner Harbor intersection after police say the man confronted the group with a bat. That was in July.
Well, less than a month later, a 9-year-old is accused of shooting and killing 14-year-old Nikayla Strouder at her home. That child is too young to face charges, but her family is pushing city leaders to hold someone accountable. Continuing coverage this morning, the Department of Public Works is facing backlash for its handling of the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore's water supply.
City council members expressing their outrage and their frustration over the shortcomings in communication.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned. right? And communication was a huge lesson.
DPW says the contamination was first discovered on September 2nd, but it took almost 3 days to notify the public.
In speaking with our Mackenzie Frost, Mayor Brandon Scott says DPW shouldn't have to shoulder the blame.
You told me that you didn't think the communication was bungled in terms of how this was talked about in the community. During the hearing yesterday, we heard DPW Director Jason Mitchell say that there were mistakes made, and he recognizes that. Why does it seem to be a difference between he's willing to take responsibility for what happened?
Well, that's not what
you're
I'm
not?
saying. And what I said last week, Mackenzie, is that we met every single requirement. And what we're talking about now is exceeding those requirements and being better. There's always room for improvement. Nobody's perfect. Tom Brady loses football games, right? No one's perfect. You can always be better than you were before, and that's what we're going to do.
Mayor Scott did say his office will handle communications in a situation like this moving forward. The city is still trying to figure out what caused the E. coli contamination.
Well, today, some residents are taking action.
Olivia Dance joins us live from downtown Baltimore. And Olivia, what can you tell us about what they're doing?
Good morning. And yeah, the city community leaders and residents are meeting at City Hall this evening to talk about the city's response to the water crisis. And at that meeting, they're also going to talk about the water's cost and safety. But despite the boil advisory being lifted after test results of the water came back negative, some still have concerns.
I don't wash my dishes with it. I don't drink it.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
Responding to that residents' challenge, a spokesperson for Mayor Scott said he will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but will ensure the random testing and investigation into what caused the water crisis continues. And Fox 45 News will be at that meeting to hear residents' concerns and see how city leaders are addressing those concerns. You can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com for the latest updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Well, Fox 45 News has been taking matters into our own hands, conducting independent tests of the water in West Baltimore. One woman says she won't trust her water until the mayor comes to her house and takes a sip. Our Keith Daniels has been following this story and testing her water. He's going to have the results later this week.
5:37 now. The UK prepares to say goodbye to Queen Elizabeth II as the first part of the ceremony is set to begin.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning. What's happening now, Taylor?
Well, right now is the first day of those ceremonies, and take a look here. The coffin is being moved from Westminster Hall to the State Gun Carriage of the Royal Navy. You can see how packed that hall is. Now, then the journey will go from a new palace yard to Abbey. That's where the funeral is set to take place. The royal family is expected to talk beginning as the coffin makes its final journey. Queen Elizabeth is lying in state. It officially ended hours ago, but her funeral is set to begin. Thousands of people lined up. Just look at those crowds to wait for the Queen and see her one final time. Now, the palace is posting updates as to how long folks were waiting. The total at its highest point, 24 hours. The ceremony will be continuing all morning long, and we'll bring you that coverage here on Fox 45. Megan?
All right, Taylor, thank you. A disappointing morning for Ravens fans. Still ahead this morning, the message from head coach John Harbaugh about improvements going forward.
Plus, after a gorgeous weekend, we could be seeing storms this afternoon. Still ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down that timeline. 5:39 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Just about 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Monday morning. Looking good right down our York Road camera in Towson this morning. And numbers right now are mainly in the 60s, so it's mild for the start to your day. Out for your jog or your run, you're looking good. And if you're out for your morning drive to work or school, numbers mainly in the mid to upper 60s. Definitely get the windows down this morning. But you will need the AC this afternoon. We'll take a look at how much warmer we get later today, coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 5:42 and trending now. A moving scene at the Inner Harbor Amphitheater as the Salvation Army celebrates 130 years of service here in Baltimore.
Sunday's ceremony marked the end of a three-day event focusing on the past, present, and future of service in Baltimore. The Salvation Army has been a staple in Baltimore, aiding in everything from the Great Fire of 1904 to the COVID pandemic, in which they prepared more than 10,000 meals for people who couldn't get to the grocery store.
A local case making national headlines once again. The hearing happening today surrounding a 22-year-old guilty verdict.
Plus, a somber day today in London as we say goodbye to Queen Elizabeth II. We will have live coverage of the funeral all morning long. 5:43 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 5:46 and happening right now. The gun carriage carrying Queen Elizabeth II is now on its way from New Palace Yard to Westminster Abbey. You are taking a live look as this is underway. That is where the funeral will be taking place in just about 15 minutes. Royal Navy and Royal Marine Service members, they're going to line the route, and the royal family will follow behind the coffin. We're going to keep you posted as this unfolds live on the air.
5:46. It is a not so happy morning in Baltimore. The Ravens losing final seconds. Their home opener to the Miami Dolphins. It was week 2 of playing for them. And oh my gosh, we did so well until the end.
Until the end. It was crazy. The team missing some key offensive starters, where it was running back J.K. Dobbins and left tackle Ronnie Stanley, both sitting out this game, but they seem to be handling it. They did see the return of cornerback Marcus Peters after missing all of last season with a torn ACL.
Now, despite Lamar Jackson's 4-touchdown game, he came out and earned whatever contract they need to give him. They just were unable to hold off the Dolphins' offense.
Miami's quarterback throwing for 469 and 6 touchdowns. Coach John Harbaugh addressing the loss after the game, making it clear points of improvement moving forward.
We'll give them credit for it, and we got to own it, every single person. So, like I told the guys in the locker room, how we respond to this that'll be the story. You know, we've got a 17-game season. This is the second week of the season. So, what we do from here on out, everybody taking a hard look at what we did, coaches, players, everybody, calls that we made, plays that we didn't make, and let's come out of here a better football team for it, and get to work and get ready for the next game against New England in New England.
Now, the good thing is everyone in the AFC North lost, so it's almost like a clear slate. Didn't matter.
It still doesn't.
That helps me, because then I think, because when it comes to playoffs and moving forward, you can look at it as rebuilding and chalk it up. If everyone else won, that makes it hard.
But we came into that game so strong, so on fire, and then I'm just like, no way, this isn't happening. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. That's a tough loss.
Yeah, definitely was. Hey, but the good news is the O's won on the road, and they're back at home tonight.
And their games matter right now.
Their games totally matter. 4 games back right now. In fact, you can see Camden Yards actually has the purple lights on to kind of represent for the Ravens. And yeah, don't you worry. We'll get things right for the ship there. And in fact, the Ravens game on Sunday is going to be right here on Fox 45. We got that game at 1 o'clock up there in New England. I mean, 4 games against the AFC East to start the season. That's just odd. Either way, good morning to you and happy Monday. We're back at it here. Mid-60s in the 7 o'clock hour for the kiddos as you get them out to the bus stop. 85 by noon, and we'll see those upper 80s. It's going to be warm later this afternoon, and we do have the potential of a stray pop-up thunderstorm as well. Golfers hitting the links today. Lower 70s by 9 a.m., mid-80s into that noon hour, and we'll be in the upper 80s. But again, you may see a stray pop-up thunderstorm later today as well. Checking those temperatures. 79 is typically where we are for September 19th. Most of us will be in the low to mid and even upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Those numbers are well above average. Up and down the East Coast, too, with 88 in Philly and D.C., 81 down the ocean in Ocean City, and 90 in Richmond. Speaking of the O's today, right there, your first pitch at 81 at 7:05 against the Tigers. They are in town tonight. And then we'll keep those 70s going. Again, you may see a stray pop-up shower or storm, maybe a delay, but not looking for a rain out by any means. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. And look what's going to happen, guys. I mean, we got that summer heat hanging on for at least the next 3 days, but like that steady decline as we see those numbers drop into Thursday and Friday back to below average numbers right on cue as fall is around the corner. My goodness, look at this storm. This is such a strong storm here. Hurricane Fiona. You can see that well-defined eye right there over the center of the Dominican Republic and still bringing outer rain bands to Puerto Rico and the Dominican, 90-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll continue to track this hurricane. It is expected to become a major hurricane later this week, but not going to impact the East Coast. At least all of the models are looking that way. 89 today, back to the mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. Fall begins Thursday night, and then check out those numbers dropping as we head into the first weekend of the new season. Let's see how things are shaping up on the light rail and, of course, our Metro link as well. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Light rail link looking good right now. No delays or issues. Metro subway link chiming in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. The issue this morning is on the Camden line. CSX transportation freight train congestion is causing a few cancellations this morning, 841 and 840, and this afternoon, 857 and 858. More information is available at mta.maryland.gov, and the Penn line might be a better bet this morning instead of those trains. Out there right now on the rest of the system, you'll find 843 running 8 to 10 minutes late, and Brunswick 872 with an 8 to 10 minute delay on the Brunswick and Camden lines. Mark. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Well, 6-month setback for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Still ahead, how this could impact the case going forward.
The challenges here in the United States continue to grow. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at what the president is saying about some of them.
It is 5:54 and in your national news. President Joe Biden is speaking out in what has become a rarity for him, a sit-down interview.
That interview aired last night on 60 Minutes. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more from Washington.
Averting a rail strike last week seen as a win for the White House. But the agreement between rail carriers and union leaders representing workers has not yet been finalized, with some fears it may still fall apart.
If, in fact, they had gone on strike, the supply chains in this country would have come to a screeching halt. We would have seen a real economic crisis.
Meanwhile, Americans used to prices at the pump ticking down are getting new warnings that it could all change due to a lack of investment in future oil production, including predictions the price of oil may climb back up to $150 a barrel. As the Consumer Price Index numbers just released showed it up 8.3% from the previous year.
You're not arguing that 8.3 is good news.
No, I'm not saying it's good news, but it was 8.2 or 8.2 before. I mean, it's not, I can make it sound like all of a sudden, my God, it went to 8.2%. It's
the highest inflation rate, Mr. President, in 40 years.
I got that. But guess what we are? We're in a position where for the last several months, it hasn't spiked. It is just barely, it's been basically even.
While President Biden's overall approval rating has been steadily increasing, a brand new NBC News poll shows 58% of voters disapprove of the way he's handling the economy, giving Republicans a 19-point advantage over Democrats, an all-time high. Republicans hoping those numbers equal votes in the midterm elections.
The Democratic Party's extreme on border, they're extreme on crime, they're extreme on inflation.
Prior to this sit-down, Joe Biden has been interviewed just 23 times between becoming president and May of 2022. Compare that to 95 times for Donald Trump and 187 times for Barack Obama at the same point in their presidencies. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
All right, Christine, thank you. Vice President Kamala Harris is urging Democrats to show up to the polls for the upcoming midterm elections.
When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. Extremist so-called leaders trumpet the rhetoric of freedom while they take away freedoms.
Well, Harris's trip to Chicago is the second in 8 weeks. It's part of an effort to rally votes for Democrats up and down the ballots in Illinois. She says the stakes are high in this year's midterms with voting, LGBTQ, and abortion rights at risk.
Thank you for being a fierce fighter against the tyranny of the MAGA Republicans who stand with that racist, homophobic, misogynistic, xenophobe Donald Trump.
In the race for governor, J.B. Pritzker faces candidate Senator Darren Bailey. Republicans are also aiming to clinch a majority on the state's Supreme Court in the upcoming elections, where Democrats have maintained that hold since 1969.
Pennsylvania continues to be the target of big political hitters ahead of the midterms. Donald Trump Jr. campaigned for Doug Mastriano, the Republican nominee for governor. He blasted Democrats for open borders, woke ideology, treating January 6 rioters like terrorists while overlooking other criminals.
This is the Democrat Party today. This is why we need to be out there. This is why we need to push back. This is why we need to make our voices heard and why we need to be unafraid. They've gone too far.
A recent CBS poll found Democratic Attorney General Josh Shapiro holds a steady lead over Mastriano, 55 to 44%. It also showed broad support for Shapiro, with 55% of Democrats saying they're glad he's their nominee, whereas 60% of Republicans say they wish they had someone else other than Mastriano.
Convicted killer Adnan Syed is in court today with the chance of being set free. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have more details, plus hear why some have concerns.
A live look now from London as Britain says goodbye to its longest reigning monarch, Queen Elizabeth II.
Temperatures not too bad this morning, but we are going to heat up this afternoon. We'll break down exactly what we can expect on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and I can't believe this is it, the final few days of summer.
I know. Dare I say, I'm not so bad. I'm looking forward to fall. Meteorologist
Really?
Justin Chambers. Not looking forward to fall.
I can't
but
believe
I'm accepting a fall.
Okay.
It's here. I'm good. When we get there,
you love Christmas.
I just don't like being in fall when we're midsummer. So,
Which, by the way, we're under 100 days
Under
now.
100 days,
Yeah.
Megan Gillen. Good morning, ladies. Good morning to all of you. Yes, we saw a very nice weekend with temperatures that were warm, and we're going to be warm again today, too. So don't you worry. We still got plenty of that summer heat kind of hanging on, at least for the next couple of days. Our Towson traffic circle looking good, quiet right now. Statewide, 50s out west, 60s for most of us in Westminster and Bel Air down to Chestertown and Baltimore City. Mr. Bose says we are good to go on your morning drive. Taking a look at those numbers in the 60s over the next couple of hours. And you can see in your quick glance forecast should top out close to 90 today. We do have the potential, though, for a stray pop-up thunderstorm. I'm going to take a closer look at that coming up on our full forecast over on that big green wall in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
6:01 now. The funeral for Queen Elizabeth II is set to begin at any moment.
Taylor Stewart at our live center with what's happening right now. Taylor.
No, well, just moments ago, we heard the tenor bell at Westminster Abbey ring 96 times. It represents each year of the Queen's life. As you said, the longest reigning monarch, but here you can see the Dean of Westminster that will lead the state funeral. The Archbishop of Canterbury will also give a sermon. And the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is expected to read scripture at today's funeral. She also was appointed by the Queen just 2 days before passing. Let's take a moment and listen in. You can see those family members in black with that funeral procession in Westminster Abbey, the final resting place for the Queen. Now, following the funeral, the Queen's coffin will then go through central London, and it's expected to arrive at Wellington Arch around 8 o'clock this morning. King Charles III and his family will lead the procession on foot, as you saw there, and the Queen's coffin will then be driven to Windsor Castle, where the Queen lived for the last 2 years of her life. There will also be a final resting place. We'll show you that. It'll take place this evening at a service where she'll be lowered into the royal vault at St. George's Chapel. She'll be laid to rest beside her husband of 73 years, Prince Philip. Stick with Fox 45 all morning as the Queen's funeral gets underway. We'll continue to bring those updates to you throughout the morning. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Taylor, thank you for that. Happening today, we could see a murder conviction overturned in the case of Serial's podcast subject Adnan Syed. Attorneys for Syed, who was found guilty of killing his high school girlfriend Hayman Lee more than 20 years ago, confirmed the hearing will take place this afternoon.
The convicted killer is due back in court to consider the request from prosecutors.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from the Circuit Courthouse with what we can expect coming out of this hearing. Olivia.
Good morning, and yet the hearing will begin at 2 right here at Circuit Court, and there is a chance that Adnan Syed could be freed today. This hearing comes after the city state's attorney's office filed for a new trial, saying new evidence needs to be considered. But some experts have concerns about the timing of the announcement, considering state's attorney Marilyn Mosby is also facing trial herself.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
Timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
And for some background for you, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death 22 years ago. But the state's attorney's office says they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and they also say advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him. The state's attorney says she isn't convinced that Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial, and she's demanding he be set free. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, this isn't the first time that Syed has tried to get a new trial. What happened the last time?
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. We know that 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court rejected a new trial, and then a year after that, the U.S. Supreme Court also refused a new trial. So we'll just have to see if things go differently at today's hearing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Meanwhile, the federal perjury and mortgage fraud case against Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is facing its second delay.
Today would have been the first day of the trial, but now it won't happen until spring of next year.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from Harbor East with the delay and what we can expect moving forward. Shannon?
Yeah, Megan, Marilyn Mosby and her team will now have to wait 6 months to try to prove her innocence. You'll remember the trial was supposed to start today. Well, it is now scheduled for March 27th. And this is the second time that trial has been pushed back, this time at a request of the prosecution, who argued to the judge that the trial should be delayed because the defense missed the deadline to disclose their expert witnesses. Meanwhile, right after that hearing, defense attorney A. Scott Bolden firing back outside of the courtroom. Take a listen.
Because they realize that we have some incredible experts to defend her. And they've told us repeatedly they didn't want experts, they didn't need experts, and now on the eve of trial, they report to the court on the record that they're going to use experts.
Well, the prosecution has asked for a gag order following those comments made outside of the courtroom, but we know, Megan and Patrice, that gag order will not be considered until sometime in October at the earliest.
Shannon, do we know why the trial was pushed back so far?
Yeah, and that's a good question, Patrice, one that we actually took to defense expert or attorney Kurt Nachman, and he believes it comes down to a few things. First, just the schedule of the court and the delays that they're experiencing due to COVID. He also says the magnitude of this trial means that they will need a large number of jurors to come out for jury selection, so all of that could play a role in this. And now we'll have to wait until March to see how this all plays out. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Hurricane Fiona making landfall along the extreme southwestern coast of Puerto Rico, just ahead where the hurricane is heading next.
And a lot quieter here at home. We'll take a closer look at your forecast and what we can expect for the last few days of summer coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Welcome back. 6:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning, getting back to work and school after our final weekend of summer. Looking good right now over the Inner Harbor. Still a little while before that sun actually comes up. So if you want to get your run or your jog in, numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours on your jogging cast. We're back with that full forecast coming up in just a few.
6:11 and new this morning. The latest Goucher College poll just released this morning focuses on the upcoming election, and it looks like Democrats could sweep the statewide contest this cycle. In the race for Maryland's governor, 53% say they will vote for the Democratic nominee, Wes Moore. 31% say they will vote for the Republican nominee, Dan Cox. 6% plan to vote for the Libertarian candidate of the Green Party, and 9% of Maryland voters say they're undecided. When it comes to the race for the state attorney general, 53% of those polled say they will vote for Democratic nominee Anthony Brown, and 31% for the Republican nominee Michael Perutka. 15% are currently undecided.
In the race for state comptroller, 48% say they will vote for the Democratic nominee Brooke Learman, 35% for the Republican nominee Barry Glassman, 16% are currently undecided. And in the race for U.S. Senate, 56% say they will vote for the Democratic nominee Chris Van Hollen, and 33% for the Republican nominee Chris Chaffee. 8% are currently undecided. A live look from London now this morning as Queen Elizabeth II's funeral is underway.
A crisis made by human hands. That's what the mayor of New York City is calling the influx of migrants. Still ahead, the legal action that could be in the works between the city and the state of Texas. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 6:15 and making headlines this morning. New York City Mayor Eric Adams calling for a united effort to deal with immigration, that crisis happening at the southern border, and eyeing legal action to stop the governor of Texas from sending more buses full of asylum seekers.
This problem has become hemispheric. In addition to those countries, you now have Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, who are not cooperating with us. Their countries are literally imploding. And there's migration to the north and the south.
Well, the comments come as the governors of Texas, Florida, and Arizona have been sending planes and busloads of migrants to New York and Washington, D.C., saying they are not able to keep up with the flow of migration in their states. That's as former Department of Homeland Security Jay Johnson defended the Biden administration against what he calls the unfair perception it's lax on immigration. He says the flow of migration has expanded beyond the Northern Triangle countries of Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Well, as we move forward, Johnson saying the U.S. is currently sending back 100,000 migrants each month. He says Border Patrol capabilities are bigger than they were 8 years ago, but it's a struggle to keep up with this unfolding crisis.
2 Chicago police officers are facing multiple felony charges after shooting an unarmed man. On July 22nd, Sergeant Christopher Leakopoulos and Officer Ruben Reynoso approached a group of 4 men standing outside a store in Chicago's South Side. One of the men had a handgun and exchanged fire with the officers. A 23-year-old unarmed man, Miguel Medina, was shot and seriously injured during the incident. The Cooks County State's attorney says video surveillance shows the officer shooting Medina as he held both hands up to the officers.
We respect their courage and their commitment. With regard to this particular case, we cannot ignore or stand by acts of unprovoked violence, even at the hands of those who are sworn to serve and protect our communities.
Both officers were fired before they turned themselves into authorities.
3 people are confirmed dead after a midair plane crash in Colorado on Saturday. 2 small planes crashed near Vance Brand Airport in Longmont, about a half hour from Boulder. 2 people were on board one of the planes. It's not clear how many were on the other one. The National Transportation Safety Board and the Federal Aviation Administration are now investigating the cause of this crash. A preliminary report is expected in the next 2 weeks.
6:18 and turning now to some wicked weather. More than 1 million Puerto Ricans are still without power as Hurricane Fiona begins to bear down on the Dominican Republic now.
Take a look at some of the video into our newsroom this morning showing just the high waters there. We actually saw a bridge at one point be swept away. Between 5 and 10 inches of rain has fallen, and the National Hurricane Center says more is on the way. Fiona comes ahead of the anniversary of 2017's Hurricane Maria. Remember that one? It destroyed the island's power grid and killed nearly 3,000 people.
Well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Now, Justin, what do we know about this hurricane?
Currently, still a Category 1, 90-mile-an-hour winds. You can see that very well-defined eye right there. This is the Dominican Republic. This is Puerto Rico right here. So they're still going to get more wind and rain for Puerto Rico, and it is just slamming the western half or the eastern half of the Dominican Republic right now. The good news is this storm eventually is going to move back out into the open waters of the ocean, but you can see just how large it is here on our HD radar. Now, as this track gets going, you can see by late tonight and into tomorrow afternoon, this storm is going to gain strength. We're looking at this to be potentially a major hurricane by the time we get into Wednesday as a Category 3. But notice it stays away from the U.S. It is going to make a run toward Bermuda and possibly all the way up to Nova Scotia by the time we get into the end of the week and into the weekend. But again, no real major threat to us here on the U.S. East Coast. Probably going to have some swells on some of our coastal areas over the next few days with that storm. Meanwhile, our weather headlines looking good right now. In fact, over the Inner Harbor, a beautiful start to your morning. 66 your current temperature, mild conditions this morning. We are on our way to a warm afternoon, and we do have the potential today of a stray pop-up storm. Check out our high temps, close to 90 degrees this afternoon. You can see as you enjoy some breakfast with us and get that coffee going next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s on your Rise and Shine cast. Notice our sunrise and sunset times getting closer to 12 hours of day and night as that autumnal equinox is right around the corner. Reisterstown, 10 a.m. You're going to be in the upper 70s, and overall this afternoon, not bad. Mid to upper 80s, just a little bit warm, and we do have that potential of a pop-up shower or storm, especially later into the afternoon and evening tonight with temperatures that will stay in the 80s. And check out temperatures around your city here this morning and into the afternoon. 85 in Bel Air, 86 in Chestertown, 85 in Annapolis. The heat is not done by any means through the Central Plains. Look at that, almost 100 degrees in Oklahoma City today, mid-90s for St. Louis, Nashville, down through Memphis, and we're going to see some of that heat here as well. This is our cold front, the next weather maker, and notice it's not really bringing a lot of wind and rain to our area, just a few pop-up showers and storms as the front comes in later tonight into the overnight hours. That's going to be our best chance. Tomorrow, dry drier weather behind that cold front and slightly cooler, and we're going to stay dry as we get into Wednesday before another round of rain possible later this week. 3 days now until the fall equinox. Today, 6 weeks from Halloween. That's in just 42 days from right now. 66 days until Thanksgiving, and now 97 days until Christmas. All right, here we go. 7-day forecast. The autumnal equinox happens Thursday night. So Friday will be the first day of fall, and look at those numbers. After upper 80s today, we drop to the lower 70s for our highs on Friday afternoon. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Hard to believe. Let's go to the Len Solar Traffic Network now. We've got your drive times pulled up, and as the morning rush starts, we're looking pretty great in the green there. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. Freight train congestion has caused a few cancellations, 841 and 840 this morning, and this afternoon, 857 and 858 trains on the Camden line. The Penn line might be a better bet in those instances. MTA.maryland.gov, more information there on the cancellations. Light rail link is on time from end to end. No delays or issues there. And Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
As crime piles up, so does the debate on how to curb it. Coming up in the next hour, the pattern that we continue to see involving young people.
And a live look now from London. Just ahead, how people in the DMV are remembering the Queen. 620.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.625. About 1 million people are expected to line the streets of London to watch the Queen's procession. And in the DMV, people are lining up this morning for a special viewing of the funeral at a British restaurant.
Joy Wang from our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. is live at the Queen Vic British Pub, and you can hear the funeral being played there. People watching. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning. Yeah, a lot of people out here this morning. Capacity 100 people. They had 100 people RSVP. Right now, I'm joined here with Deborah Lyon. It was important for her to be out here this morning. Talk to us about why it was important for you to wake up early and be out here to be a part of it.
It was just too depressing to think about staying at home by myself and watching this. So I'm glad I could be here with other people who appreciate the Queen's life.
What are some things that you think you'll really remember about the Queen in reaction to news of her dying about a week and a half ago?
I really admire her steadfast commitment to her country and public service and to her family. It would have been really easy to take the money and run and enjoy a private life of luxury, but she stuck it out through thick and thin, through the hard times and the good times for her people.
What's it been like? You know, the funeral's been going on for a while now, being able to watch this with so many people who are like-minded around you.
I feel a lot better, and I'm so glad we could come together like this.
Thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. Again, we are live out here at the Queen Vic, where dozens of people are here to remember Queen Elizabeth II. For now, live in Northeast D.C., Joy Wang, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Joy, thank you. Well, there is a slight chance of a pop-up storm this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what the rest of the week looks like just ahead.
There's still concerns about Baltimore's water crisis, and today residents are meeting to address those concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have more details on what we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers with our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you as well. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. And our beautiful shot here from our Towson camera where we've got a nice little morning glow. That sun coming up just about 20 minutes or so from right now. Our weather story, a mild Monday morning. We will be warm this afternoon, and we are tracking the potential of a stray pop-up storm later today. So get your yard work and gardening done early this morning. Look at those numbers going up. By noon, we're already in the mid-80s and on our way close to 90 for our high this afternoon. Here's a look at that quick glance forecast. Should top out right about 89 today. Temperatures well above average, some 10 degrees above average. Back with your full forecast, including a cool down later this week. We'll break that down for you in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. We have another shot at your traffic map here this morning, and we're looking great here this morning, mostly in the green. Everyone's moving along just fine.
.631 now, a final farewell for the longest reigning monarch. We're talking about Queen Elizabeth II.
Taking a live look at the funeral underway right now. We have Taylor Stewart from our live center with what's been happening so far. Taylor.
Yeah, we do want to show you here from another angle. The Queen was lying in state early this morning in that funeral procession. We want to show you those live pictures here. And as this funeral's underway, it began with a reading from the great general, as we have more over here as well. Folks who were inside or could not make it inside were outside paying their respects to the Queen. They have also been able to listen to that live broadcast, but we'll keep you updated with the latest here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Continuing coverage this morning, the Department of Public Works is facing backlash for its handling of the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore's water supply.
City council members expressing their outrage and frustration over the shortcomings in communication.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
DPW says the contamination was first discovered September 2nd, but it took almost 3 days to notify the public.
In speaking with our Mackenzie Frost, Mayor Brandon Scott says DPW should not have had to shoulder the blame.
You told me that you didn't think the communication was bungled in terms of how this was talked about in the community. During the hearing yesterday, we heard DPW Director Jason Mitchell say that there were mistakes made, and he recognizes that. Why does it seem to be a difference between he's willing to take responsibility for what happened?
Well, that's not what I'm
not
saying. And what I said last week, Mackenzie, is that we met every single requirement. And what we're talking about now is exceeding those requirements and being better. There's always room for improvement. Nobody's perfect. Tom Brady loses football games, right? No one's perfect. You can always be better than you were before, and that's what we're going to do.
Mayor Scott did say his office will handle communications in a situation like this moving forward. The city is still trying to figure out what caused the E. coli contamination.
Today, some residents are taking action.
Olivia Dance joining us now live from downtown Baltimore with more on what they're doing. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. Community leaders and residents are meeting at City Hall this evening to discuss the city's response to the water crisis. And at the meeting, they'll also discuss the water's cost and safety. But despite the boil advisory being lifted after test results of the water came back negative, some still have concerns.
I don't wash my dishes with it. I don't drink it.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
In responding to that residents' challenge, a spokesperson for Mayor Scott said he will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but will ensure the random testing and investigation into what caused the water crisis continues. And Fox 45 News will be at the meeting to hear residents' concerns and see how city leaders are addressing those concerns. You can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com for the latest updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. President Biden discussing the challenges here in the U.S. Just ahead, a look at what he's saying about some of them.
And we are keeping the summer warmth for at least a few more days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is back in a few with a closer look at how those temperatures will get more fall-like this week.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A fantastic shot of the gibbous moon from central New York. Recent cold fronts cleared out the haze, allowing for clear, deep blue skies. Now to Nashville, where a mackerel sky recently made an appearance. It's made up of altocumulus clouds, usually packed together. And finally to Denali State Park in Alaska, where the leaves are already changing colors and winter is clearly not far away.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on TikTok.
It is 6:38, and this morning China is responding to comments that President Biden made in a 60 Minutes interview that aired last night, which appeared to depart from longstanding U.S.-Taiwan policy.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joins us with the latest as the tensions between the U.S. and China are getting worse. Atra.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. In that 60 Minutes interview, President Biden said yes when he was asked if U.S. forces would defend Taiwan if there was an unprecedented attack from China, doubling down that a U.S. response specifically would include U.S. personnel. Now, this isn't the first time the president's appeared to stray from U.S. strategic ambiguity on this exact question and its adherence to a one-China policy in which the U.S. recognizes Taiwan as part of China but remains silent on the question of defending it. Now, after the president said this, CBS reports that the White House reached out to say U.S. policy has not changed, appearing to contradict the president. And though some analysts say this morning there could be some room in the president's comments for interpretation as to exactly how the U.S. would defend Taiwan without boots on the ground, similar to how the U.S. has responded to Russia's war in Ukraine. Now, there's certainly reaction from the Chinese Foreign Ministry this morning. They're sending something of a warning that the U.S., they say, should be careful and not send signals to encourage Taiwanese separatists.
Atra, back in Washington, the Department of Justice really escalating their objections to several decisions by a federal judge in Florida. What are they hoping to get here?
So the DOJ is asking an appeals court in Atlanta to reverse orders by U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon that barred the department from reviewing some classified documents while a third-party review takes place, and another that allows that third party, so-called special master, to review those classified documents in the first place. The department's arguing both could cause the public irreparable harm. Now, this appeal comes after the DOJ made these requests to Judge Cannon herself, to no avail. And at the heart of the DOJ's argument is not just their investigation into the former president's handling of these documents, but the need, they say, to assess any damage to national security that still exists because of their apparent mishandling, or any documents that could still be out there. Now, Judge Cannon pushed back. She's really leaning on disputes by Trump's team about the nature of these documents. And late last week, recall we saw her assign former federal judge Raymond Dearie to conduct that third-party review. He's now the special master. And he's a pick that both the DOJ and Trump's team signed off on. That review is expected to take at least several weeks. Back to you.
All right, Atra, thank you. Intermittent fasting is a popular trend in dieting for people looking to improve their health. Just ahead, a look at the long-term benefits and risks to consider.
And getting a tattoo could be as simple as putting on a Band-Aid in the future. Just ahead, the painless procedure that you may want to try out. 6:41 is the time. Happening now, you are taking a live look from London. This is the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II.
The ceremony is underway as we speak here. You can see that church just packed full of people. From here, there'll be a procession through London where we are hearing there could be millions of people lining the streets just to get a glimpse of the coffin, to pay their respects and say goodbye. We're going to bring you the very latest updates on the Queen's funeral all throughout the morning.
6:44 now in your morning rush. A Carroll County man has been arrested after a deadly hit and run Saturday night in Westminster. 34-year-old Timothy Carter is being charged with manslaughter after hitting a pedestrian with his SUV. Police say Carter fled the scene initially, but officers were able to track him down at about 9:30 Sunday morning.
We are learning more about an ATM theft Saturday along Falls Road. This happened just before 2 p.m. at Redfish Liquors. Police say 2 men went inside, they picked up the ATM, and they walked out without being stopped. They loaded the machine into a vehicle and drove away. Anyone with information is asked to call Baltimore City Police. More than 20 years later, convicted killer Adnan Syed is expected back in court today. He's in court for a judge to consider prosecutors' request to vacate his murder conviction. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from the Circuit Courthouse. Olivia, what can we expect today?
Yeah, that's right, Megan. The hearing begins at 2 right here at Circuit Court, and there is a chance that Adnan Syed could be freed today. This hearing comes after the city state's attorney's office filed for a new trial, saying that new evidence needs to be considered, but some experts have concerns about the timing of the announcement. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why some have concerns, plus I'll have more details on what we can expect from the hearing. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Get this. Scientists at the Georgia Institute of Technology have developed a self-applied tattoo patch. So instead of using the large needles, the patch uses micro needles made of tattoo ink. The needles are arranged into a specific picture or pattern using different ink colors. The patch is then pressed onto the skin, and after just a few minutes, the needles dissolve, the pattern remains. I heard this on the radio, and my initial thought was terrified. What if someone came and slapped it on you, right? Did you think about that? Is that worst case scenario?
Hopefully, probably. I didn't think about that. I wouldn't trust it. I mean, that's a basic, there's no detail, there's no, I don't know. If I'm going to put something permanent on my body, I want somebody to do it and pay attention to the detail.
Yeah. I don't know. I like the press-on tattoos, the little fake ones. Those are fine with me.
Yeah.
But this thing that has needles going into you.
It looks like a light bright picture.
It does.
With a little.
It didn't look nice. And then the needle was going to dissolve into your body. I'm not a fan of that either.
No,
that's a good point too. Where it's just dissolving into your bloodstream. Where does that needle?
Right.
So many questions.
And what is the needle? What are the needles made of? You don't even know.
But now I'm going back to your original thought of people
slapping it on.
Right. Somebody comes up to you and smacks you across the face. But
then you got a Mike Tyson face.
That would be awful.
Yeah. Okay.
Awful. Look
or
at that.
You could
That's
have
not
a pretty
cute.
heart.
But it's not pretty.
No, it's really not.
It's not.
Well,
all right.
So we're a no.
I don't think so. Would you? Do you have regular
my tattoo
tattoos?
on my back of a large raven is not going anywhere anytime soon. So,
yes,
quite a game.
Wow,
crazy.
Man, Tua whew.
He's good.
Where'd that defense go in the second half?
I don't know.
Holy cow. All right, it's all good. Don't you worry. We still got a lot of games left, and, we're not 0-2. A lot of teams are 0-2 this morning, and a lot of teams that start 0-2 do not make the playoffs. So here we go. Let's take a look outside right now. Good morning to you. Our downtown Baltimore camera here. Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam is looking good. 66 your temperature right now. No wind to speak of. The dew point at 62 degrees. We are going to still be a little bit on the stickier side of things today. Here's a look at that mugginess trend, and the dew point staying in the 50s and 60s over the next couple of afternoons. So definitely will feel like summer today. Also have the chance of a pop-up thunderstorm a little bit later this afternoon as well. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella this morning, with mid-60s next hour and mid-80s by noontime and recess. Now, when you pick the kids up today, notice it will be in the upper 80s, even close to 90 degrees with that straight chance of a pop-up storm. There's Hank the Bird right there. Excited about the Orioles because they got the win in Toronto yesterday, and they're back home for a 7-game homestand. They only got 10 games left at home, so they play Detroit tonight. Tigers will be in town, and we're only 4 games back out of that AL wild card spot. So here we go. Our pool cast looks like this. Still good couple of days to hang by the pool, guys. We're talking about upper 80s today, and then mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. Overall, the warmth from summer still hanging around. Carroll and Baltimore counties, Westminster and Eldersburg in the low to mid 80s, 84 in Reisterstown, 86 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, close to 90 in Baltimore down through Dundalk today. Upper 80s for D.C. and Philly as well, 81 if you're heading down the ocean there in Ocean City. Here's a look at your O's cast. And overall, yeah, not a bad evening tonight. We may see a brief rain delay because we are tracking at least a few showers and a couple of pop-up storms. That's because this cold front is pushing in. So this is going to be moving from the west to the east tonight, and that's when we'll have the better chance. Late afternoon into the evening, you can see there's not a lot of green blobs on there. So most of the models are not picking up in terms of any kind of widespread showers or storms. It's just going to be that isolated pop-up storm basically as that cold front passes through. Still tracking Hurricane Fiona, which is 90-mile-an-hour winds. This is a Category 1 storm, very strong storm. Lots of power outages in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic as that storm continues to slam that part of the world. And this is going to be tracking to the north and eventually to the east. So this is going to become a strong and major hurricane later this week and heading toward Bermuda, but not going to be impacting the coast of the east coast of the U.S. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Upper 80s today, mid to upper 80s in a Tuesday and Wednesday. Fall begins Thursday night, so it will still be in the upper 70s, lower 80s Thursday afternoon with another chance for some showers, and then much cooler as we head into Friday and Saturday. 70s for highs and 50s for lows. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look at our traffic map. We are still mostly in the green. Good time to get up and out on the roads this morning.
Mayor Brandon Scott announcing changes to the city's Safe Streets programs. Just ahead, will these programs make a difference in stopping crime?
Mobile sports betting will soon be available to Marylanders. Just ahead, what kind of revenue can be expected from sports betting? And here's a safe bet to put your money on. It's time for a coffee break.
Safe Streets and the mayor's community grouping of organizations to handle the squeegee kids are both run by folks that work for the mayor. So we're not seeing independent community organizations taking the forefront on these issues. We're seeing folks that the mayor hired and that the mayor put in place with a quasi-public-private association with City Hall, funded by City Hall. We are not seeing the independent work we need to see to get these things done.
Mayor Brandon Scott announces changes to the city's Safe Streets program, but questions remain about its effectiveness. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us with more this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So in the past, several organizations have been involved with Safe Streets, but now the mayor says it will be managed by two nonprofits, very large nonprofits. But you just heard that opponent question whether or not any of this will be a significant change still under the mayor's watch.
You know, Patrice, in the spirit of healing and people having the capacity to learn and do better, let's just say that the mayor has made a step in the right direction. Obviously, our streets are not safe. People still live in fear. Our young are dying. Our old are afraid to go out on the streets. Businesses have been disrupted. Let's just pray that the mayor has finally come to the realization that his organization that he had in place, the people involved, that it was not working. And that through law enforcement and other people who've been around for a long time have given him a plan and a blueprint that can work. Well, obviously, you can make these announcements, and we just have to give it a chance to see whether or not, because people know immediately whether you will see real effective change as a result of this reorganization.
And the mayor says that this change is part of the evolution of Safe Streets. They did a review in the past few months to see how it can be done more effectively, how it can be done better, and they came up with new best practices to go forward, and that's what they want to put it. That's what they're putting in place now. So it sounds as if, you know, they want this program to work. They're going to do what they can to make it so.
You know, being a critic, not of the mayor, but of his policies, you know, I think sometimes people forget in our rhetoric that we really want the mayor to succeed. We want Baltimoreans to feel safe. We want the streets safe. We want to protect our youth. So in the spirit of the Queen's final her funeral today, and watching and following that, and you see how people are coming together who normally want, let's give the mayor a chance and pray that this works this time. And let's just get on board with him to try to make it work. And if it doesn't work, we just have to come back for the drawing board. But at least for now, he's made a substantial change. Let's give it an opportunity to see whether it will work or not. In the big scheme of things, a program like Safe Streets, do you think programs like that are effective? Can they make a difference? Are they a good part of the crime-fighting tool basket? Not just them, but in combination with the police and other programs. Does it make sense? Well, Patrice, you cannot combat and fight crime without the trust of communities and people in these neighborhoods and parents whose kids are sometimes involved with these crimes. You've got to have that strategic alliance of strategic partners. And obviously, if you reestablish that trust and people believe that you're sincere in stopping crime and you're not cherry picking and justice is blind, I actually believe the best part of us, Patrice, are the people. That's the best part of America. It's always been the best part of our communities. And I think communities want to work with law enforcement. Let's just see how serious they are, and are they willing to listen to the community to make the changes that are necessary. All right, Armstrong, we'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you.
Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Convicted killer Adnan Syed is in court today with the chance of being set free. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details, plus hear why some have concerns.
Taking a live look from London this morning as services continue and the world says a final goodbye to Queen Elizabeth II. Taylor Stewart will have live coverage all morning long.
Sun is now up and looking good this morning, but we're talking about summer heat hanging around. We'll break down what we can expect today and the rest of the week. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and we've had some pretty summer-like temperatures here to wrap it up.
I love it. I'll take it for as long as we can get it. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast as this is the week that ushers us into fall.
That's right. Another couple of days, ladies, with temperatures well above average. And then we're going to definitely feel that change right on cue here as we get into fall, which begins later this week. It's already meteorological fall since September 1st. But there it is, the sun that is rising right now in Towson from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. If you're just joining us this morning, we appreciate you being with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. So we'll give you those updates each couple of minutes here on your forecast. And you can see 50s right now in Oakland and Cumberland with 60s for Baltimore and Westminster down through Bel Air, 67 your temp in Annapolis at this hour. So a mild Monday morning leading to a warm afternoon. We are tracking the potential for a stray thunderstorm a little bit later today. So get that run or that jog in this morning with 60s and 70s over the next couple of hours. We'll have another look at that full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got your drive times pulled up, and we're seeing these times increase as the morning rush picks up. Now 13 minutes from 795 to 95, also in the yellow from 95 to 83. It is 7 o'clock, and we are seeing a royal goodbye happening now as world leaders converge on London and millions pay their final respects to Britain's longest reigning monarch.
We've got Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning. She's been tracking the funeral throughout the morning. Taylor, what's happening now?
Well, that funeral has now wrapped up. The Archbishop of York saying the Queen didn't want a long funeral. So right now the procession is moving Queen Elizabeth II from Westminster Abbey to Windsor Castle. Now, as you can see, folks lined the halls there, but she's going to walk behind that coffin, will be the royals. It'll be led by more than 200 musicians. Exactly how the Queen wanted it. She planned every detail of her state funeral. Let's head over to Windsor Castle, though, for a look outside of the castle. Many people are out there mourning and waiting for the arrival of the coffin. Today that castle will be open to the public for people to view them coming inside. But thousands have now flocked to Westminster Abbey and those streets along that 25-mile stretch. They're hoping to catch a glimpse of the Queen's coffin. We'll continue with live coverage here of the funeral throughout the day. Stay with Fox 45. Patrice, Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Happening today, we could see a murder conviction overturned in the case of Serial's podcast subject Adnan Syed. Attorneys for Syed, who was found guilty of killing his high school girlfriend, Heyman Lee, more than 20 years ago, confirmed the hearing will take place this afternoon.
The convicted killer is due back in court to consider the request from prosecutors.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Circuit Court with what we could expect coming from today's hearing. Olivia.
Good morning, and the hearing begins at 2 right here at Circuit Court, and there is a chance that Adnan Syed could be freed today. This hearing comes after the city state's attorney's office filed for a new trial, saying new evidence needs to be considered. But some experts have concerns about the timing of the announcement, considering state's attorney Marilyn Mosby is also facing trial herself.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
Timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
And for some background for you, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death 22 years ago. The state's attorney's office says they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and they also say advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him. The state's attorney says she isn't convinced that Syed is innocent, but that these findings demand a new trial, and she's asking that he be set free. Back to you.
Yeah, we know this is not the first time that Syed has tried to get a new trial. Remind us what happened last time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We know that 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court rejected a new trial, and then a year after that, the U.S. Supreme Court also refused a new trial. So we'll just have to see if things go differently at today's hearing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. New this morning, a new Goucher poll is shedding some light on who might be elected as Maryland's next governor.
We are less than 2 months out from the November election. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the details. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Patrice, we are learning that voters are largely set on the governor's race, with Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore viewed favorably. In fact, take a look at these results right here. They show that if the general election for Maryland governor were held today, 53% say they will vote for Moore, and 31% say they will vote for Republican nominee Dan Cox. 9% of Maryland likely voters are currently undecided. Now, Maryland likely voters were also asked how they view the Democratic and Republican nominees for governor. Moore received a 53% favorable vote compared to a 33% unfavorable vote. Cox, on the other hand, received a 30% favorable vote compared with a 53% unfavorable vote. Now, likely voters were also asked to select 3 issues from a list that could determine their choice for governor. The most selected areas of concern are the economy and taxes, crime and public safety, and public schools and education. As for current approval ratings, Governor Larry Hogan still has a high one, with 62% of Marylanders approving of the job he's doing as governor. But Marylanders are split on President Biden, with 48% approving and 48% disapproving. Former President Trump is viewed favorably by 32% of the vote. A majority of 61% view him unfavorably. Now, this Goucher poll surveyed more than 1,000 Marylanders, 748 of which are likely voters. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to a city in crisis. Amid Baltimore's uptick in violence, Mayor Brandon Scott announces a complete overhaul of the violence intervention program, Safe Streets. In less than a month, the community-based organizations that oversees Safe Street sites will change hands. That supervision will be done by just 2 groups, LifeBridge Health and Catholic Charities. Now, in the past, Safe Streets was run by a series of nonprofits, and the mayor hopes this consolidation will improve communication. Fox 45 News has been following Safe Streets for months, demanding answers about how the organization operates.
City activists are trying to organize some of that community outreach, but they've received discouraging news from the city. Dr. Andre Humphrey with Baltimore's Trauma Response Team says his group acts as a healing source for people dealing with grief, counseling victims' families and walking them through the process of losing a loved one. But when they asked for $400,000 from the city to help their efforts, they got a counteroffer of only $25,000.
A form of disrespect and a slap in the face. With the funding that they have, they were serious about trying to help the victims of trauma. I believe they're going about doing it the wrong way.
Dr. Humphrey believes any sort of organization like his should be taken more seriously as a violence intervention strategy by city leaders. It is a not so happy morning here in Baltimore. The Ravens losing to the Miami Dolphins in their week 2. But this was the home opener yesterday.
Yes. And the first half looking nothing like the second half. The team missing some key offensive starters. Let's get right to it. Running back J.K. Dobbins and left tackle Ronnie Stanley both sitting this game out. But on the other hand, they did see the return of cornerback Marcus Peters, who was missing all of last season with that torn ACL.
And despite quarterback LaMarvelous Jackson's 4-touchdown game, the Ravens defense was just unable to hold off the Dolphins offense come that second quarter.
Miami's quarterback Tua Tagovailoa throwing for 469 yards. There were 6 touchdowns. Coach John Harbaugh addressing the loss after the game, making clear points of improvement moving forward. Listen in. We'll get to him in a bit, but yeah,
look,
I mean,
people didn't want to hear from him. They went in on him after about his call and whether or not he should have gone for it or went for the field goal. But you just, as you were seeing that game slip through our fingers as it was going, it was just like your heartbeat was.
It seemed like there was no chance. I mean, and I don't know if that comes to defense more so than Harbaugh. That's how I saw it. Did you see Harbaugh?
Yeah, no, the defense just completely just gave up. I mean, 21 points lead. They let get away. I know Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill are huge playmakers, as is Tua. This offense is really gelling for the Dolphins. But, I mean, come on, let's put the D on it. Yeah, exactly. You have to stop them. I mean, it happened to a lot of games yesterday where they had huge comebacks from people who were leading.
In the Browns game, too.
Yeah.
They were had a
too.
huge lead and
Raiders
then
game
ended up
too,
losing.
yeah.
Right.
Which again,
I didn't watch that one, but I walked into the family room at one point, and that's what my husband was saying. I was like, I don't care about that one now.
Yep.
I'm over. I'm still hurting from the other game.
But it's interesting, we have to play the Patriots and the Bills. So, Pats looked,
they looked okay against
yesterday.
the Steelers yesterday.
And then the Bills are,
that's our next
everybody's-
home game. That's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. We have the Pats game right here on Fox 45 on Sunday.
That's
so,
right.
here, you can
We'll be
watch it.
watching.
And I'm excited about the O's,
Yes,
of course.
we need to talk
because,
about them.
Yeah, they got the win in Toronto. I know they didn't win the series, but they
How many
still-
games back
4
now?
games back
Okay.
in the AL wild card, right?
Okay, you've been keeping count.
Oh, I know, yeah.
And there's like 10, 15 games left.
17 games left.
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go.
Are we going to do it?
What?
I mean,
to make the
We're not-
wild
yeah,
card
right.
spot?
I think
I don't know.
we're getting to the playoffs.
I think it's tight.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
Look, I called it months ago. I was standing right over there at the BAM, and I was like, I think the O's are going to have a good. They've already had a magical season.
It's already amazing.
Even if it doesn't matter, we're probably going to have a winning season, but to get to the playoffs, I think it can happen. That's an O's sunrise, ladies and gentlemen, as the O's are back in town tonight. The Tigers will be at Camden Yards for the next 3 nights, and so you can check out the game. Overall, Mr. Bo says we are good to go, mid to upper 60s and into the lower 70s over the next couple of hours, looking good and feeling good this morning. However, we do have that potential of a couple of pop-up storms later this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
7:10. Take a look at this, a preview of what's so Baltimore today.
Here's Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark. Hey, Mark.
Hey, what's going on, guys? We're at Waverly Woods getting ready for Power 52 Live on the Green, the inaugural charity golf tournament going on this morning with Ray Lewis Foundation. It's going to be a great time. We got a beautiful morning, and we're going to talk to the man, the legend, Ray Lewis this morning. So very excited, guys. It's going to be a fun time.
All right, Mark. Well, here are the big stories we're following this hour. Youth violence rages on for those in Baltimore. How the most recent incident involving 3 teens and a high-speed chase continues the debate over how to best handle these young offenders.
And intermittent fasting. Is it sustainable? Is it healthy? Those answers and more coming up after the break. 7-11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
It is 7:14, and there are trending right now, and it's intermittent fasting. It involves cycles of fasting for 16 to 18 hours. There's some supporters that claim this style of eating is more sustainable, but is it healthy? This morning, Dr. Kevin Ferentz, chairman of the Department of Family Medicine and lead physician at GBMC Health Partners Primary Care in Owings Mills, joining us live to weigh in on this. Dr. Ferentz, we're so glad to have you here. This has been a trending topic. Does it work?
Yeah, well, it has indeed been a trending topic for quite some time. And there are people who really, really believe in it. And the truth is, if you do intermittent fasting and you decrease the number of calories that you take in, you're going to lose weight, because that's what weight loss is all about. It's just about calories, either taking in fewer or burning off more. The question is, does intermittent fasting work better than just cutting your calories? Right. And the answer to that is probably not. There was a large New England Journal article a couple of months ago comparing people who did intermittent fasting and people who just cut their calories down, and the outcomes were the same.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Ferentz. There are some who say that this can actually help prevent cancer, that it's better for your metabolism. I wanted to ask you if you think that those touted benefits are actually legit.
So there's really no evidence that that's indeed the case. And unfortunately, we're living in a time when people can make whatever claims they want to, but they don't necessarily have data that supports it. In this 1-year study, which is probably the longest study of intermittent fasting that's ever been done, there was no difference in outcomes. People who cut their calories will have decreased cancer. I'm not kidding. Weight loss does decrease your risk of cancer, dramatically decreases your risk of diabetes. But does it make a difference whether it's intermittent fasting or just decreasing your calories? Probably not.
Are there any side effects to fasting like that? Is it different from just starvation?
Well, it kind of is starvation. It's starvation over a limited period of time. Plus, you have to know that there is no one definition of intermittent fasting. Some people say don't eat for 8 hours, don't eat for 12 hours, don't eat for 16 hours. Some people say eat 5 days a week normally, but 2 days a week, eat a very small meal, just one meal. So there's no one definition. But the bottom line is, it's just about calories. Decrease your calories and you will lose weight. There's no diet that has ever been shown to be better than any other. It's just about calories.
Keeping it simple. Dr. Ferentz, thank you. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And you can send us your health questions, suggested topics to news@foxbaltimore.com with the subject line Monday Morning House Call. That's gotten so much traction online and on social media lately that everyone's been doing this. So it's good to get some answers there.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now and get some answers about our forecast.
I'm like a deflated balloon over here.
Were you excited about that diet?
I was trying to do it, and he's like, it doesn't do anything. I'm like, what?
He said it works.
I was going to say we do it, and I beg to do. I mean, there are definite benefits.
Yep.
And you see that if you stick to it.
You got to at least do the 12 hours, which is, easy-ish for us because we go to bed, kind of early, and we wake up so early, and then we, but then if I don't get like my food in, you don't want cranky Justin.
You got to give your body a chance to just do its thing, heal itself. If you're constantly eating and shoving food in your face, your body never gets a chance to do what it's supposed to do, and that's higher, calories in.
All right,
and
well,
he said, just
let me get to my
calories.
forecast. Let me get to my forecast so then I can eat, because now I'm hungry and now I'm angry as well. So I'm hangry.
Oh gosh!
So now taking a look outside right now, we definitely have the sun that is shining. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking good here this morning. Maybe out for your run or your jog early to get that exercise in, and feeling good too. How about 64 for our current temperature? Overall, not bad. We've got some cool fall mornings later this week, but it is still summer, my friends, and we're going to have to deal with more of the sticky conditions out there. Our muggy meter in the 60s here. That's where the dew point's going to hang out today. So kind of on that sticky category, just a little bit more of that humidity. Here we go in your next 12 hours. You can see those numbers steadily rising, low to mid and upper 80s as we take you through the middle part of the afternoon. And we're going to be close to 90 for our high today. Notice the average high is 79, so some 10 degrees above average is where we will end up for this afternoon. Great day to get out there, play some golf this morning in the lower 70s, mid 80s by noontime. I do have to say, and I lost the bet, but the people at WBAL are better golfers than me. I got to play with Tom Tasselmeyer and Tony Pan over there over the weekend, and we had a lot of fun, but I lost, so I had to say, so there you go. Now the bet's over, and we'll try to play again, and actually, I'll try to do better next time. 85 in Bel Air, 83 in Westminster, 86 in Columbia, 85 in Annapolis. Hey, how about your O's cast as they are 4 games out, taking on the Tigers tonight. 7:05 is that first pitch. May see a rain delay. Some of the showers and thunderstorms are going to be happening later into the afternoon and evening time. This is the cold front that's coming in from the north and the west. So notice there's not a lot of green blobs on here on our weather models. That's because we're not tracking much in the way of rain. Maybe a stray pop-up thunderstorm as we get later into the afternoon with some of that daytime heating. As that front passes through tonight and into tomorrow, drier and cooler air back behind that, and we stay mainly dry through most of Wednesday. Then another round of showers is expected late Wednesday night into Thursday. That's going to be a secondary cold front that'll be stronger, and that's going to change up our weather right on time as we get into fall, which happens on Thursday night. This is Hurricane Fiona, still a Category 1 storm with 90-mile-an-hour winds. Look at the center of that storm right over the Dominican Republic, still bringing tons of wind and rain to Puerto Rico on the backside of that storm. So just because the center has moved off of Puerto Rico, it doesn't matter because we're still getting a lot of wind and rain for our friends and folks there. A million people without power also getting hit very hard in the Dominican. This storm will track out into the Atlantic, not expected to hit the East Coast, but we'll keep our eyes on that as we're right in the peak of hurricane season. There's fall right there. It happens Thursday night. Behind that, Friday and Saturday, look at those numbers dropping. Low to mid 70s to get you into the first weekend of the new season.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Marilyn back to work, it is time for our job of the day. Delta Installation Group is hiring people for their office furniture installation team. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
As crime piles up, so does the debate on how to curb it. Coming up, the pattern we continue to see involving young people.
And we're at Waverly Wood Golf Course this morning. Ray Lewis' inaugural Power 52 live on the green, the first charity event for Ray Lewis's organization that's going on this morning. We'll be here live and talk to Ray Lewis coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 7:24. It is so Baltimore. Ray Lewis and the Power 52 team is hosting its inaugural Charity Golf Classic live on the green.
This unique golf outing will include a full day of activities, all in part to give back to underserved communities. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Marriottsville. He's got more on the event. Hey, Mark.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm with Cherie Brooks this morning. She is the queen of all queens. She's running everything out here. The greens, the DJ, the golfers, and Ray Lewis. So tell us about, this is the first year, right?
Yes, this is our first. Well, first of all, anyone who knows Power 52, they know that we always do Power 52 Live fundraiser. We haven't been able to do a fundraiser in 2 years as due to COVID, but today we're hosting our inaugural golf event along with our first live on the green. So it's still live. We're just on the greens.
Live.
We're live. All the proceeds are going to support our mission, our community outreach. You know, we stand at the forefront of environmental justice, so we're here to, collect money or, raise money to support our mission.
And of course, when we say Ray Lewis, of course, right?
Exactly.
Ray Lewis. And we're going to talk to him later this morning. But a great cause, always plugged into the community. And like you said, the proceeds go for a wonderful cause. So,
but wait a minute. I need to give a big shout out to our DJ Tim Nice of Nice Guys. He is going to be on the wheels and seals all day long. It's going to be a party. We definitely doing it. You got to see us next year.
Well, ain't no party like a FOX45 party. So
like a Power 52 party.
So again, coming up later on, we'll check in with Ray Lewis, guys. And again, this amazing event on a beautiful morning.
Well, look, I'm going to be out there with you later, so I'm looking forward now to the party.
You're going to be golfing?
I'm not going to be golfing. I'm going to be hosting MC in the event.
Okay.
So
we'll be checking back in, Mark.
All right. Well, if you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, starting off in the 60s this morning with the chance for a pop-up storm this afternoon, meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at how this could impact your afternoon plans coming up.
There's still concerns about Baltimore's water crisis, and today residents are meeting to address those concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have more details on what we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and this is it. Last few days of summer.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know how we're entering fall.
Yeah, and we are going to still hang on to some of that summer heat. We got to 85 yesterday. Definitely warm out there for the Ravens game, but we are taking a look at an even warmer day today. Right now, this is our Towson camera. You can see that sun that is up and mainly clear skies at this time. A mild Monday morning leading to a warm afternoon. We do have the potential of a stray pop-up thunderstorm later today as well. So out in the yard, in the garden, next couple of hours looking good, but notice it's going to heat up. We're talking about upper 80s here by the time we get to that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Officially topping out right about 89 today, which is 10 degrees above average. We're back to the mid and upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. Still feeling pretty good. But yeah, big change temperature-wise later this week. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
7:31 now, and the funeral of the Queen wrapping up, and they're now moving into the procession around London.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning. Taylor, what are you seeing?
Well, there's been a lot of ceremonies, but it's been steeped in tradition and planned by the late Queen herself. Right now, Royal Guardsmen and sailors with the Royal Navy are leading that procession from Westminster Abbey to Windsor Castle. Now, the King and senior royals are walking behind the coffin. We've seen the Princess of Wales, Kate Middleton, the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. And the procession surrounded by more than 200 musicians. The sovereign red flag is draped on the Queen's coffin, as well as a wreath. Now, she planned every detail of this ceremony before she died at 96 years old. The coffin will travel through this procession through central London and then arrive at Wellington Arch around 8 a.m. This is a live look as this is happening right now outside. You can see what a presence the Queen still has, even in her death. Folks are lining up for miles just to catch a glimpse of that coffin, but we'll stick with you this morning and bring you that live coverage here on Fox 45. Back to you.
Well, in a city in crisis, the final weekend of summer has come to an end. It has been a violent season as the city saw nearly 100 homicides and now sits just shy of 250 for the year.
It's not just shootings. Carjackings and robberies are also on the rise, especially among young people.
The latest incident happening Friday, 3 teens charged after a high-speed chase leading police through the streets of Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Police found loaded guns and drugs inside the car.
But as the crime piles up, the debate continues over how to best handle these young offenders.
Really the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state and the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crime.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning.
Shannon, what are you hearing about what seems to be driving this violence?
Well, as you just laid out, Megan, that debate rages on, but we continue to see this pattern happening over and over again with a lot of high-profile crimes that the suspects arrested are underage. And as you mentioned, that's the case for 3 teens now behind bars following a high-speed chase that happened on Friday. That was a 16-mile pursuit on I-83. Police say 2 of the teens arrested are just 15 years old. One of them is 17 years old. So we reached out and spoke with Ivan Chestnut. He's a youth advocate who works with high-risk teens after they've entered the juvenile justice system, and he sees the faces behind the numbers.
I say a lot of them been traumatized mentally and stuff. They don't have no support. Not as most of them, and it's not like enough resources out here or programs out here that can help them to show them something different.
Well, according to the department, police have charged 10 people under 18 with murder so far this year, and nearly a dozen kids have lost their lives on city streets. There's been debate in Baltimore among city leaders and advocates over consequences and whether there should be more transparency in the records of juvenile offenders to help curb this problem. As for those 3 teens that were arrested on Friday, they are waking up this morning in juvenile jail. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Several other high-profile crimes this summer in Baltimore have also involved youth. A 15-year-old squeegee kid is charged with killing 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds at a busy Inner Harbor intersection after police say the man confronted the group with a bat. That was in July.
Continuing coverage this morning, the Department of Public Works is facing backlash for its handling of the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore's water supply.
City council members expressing their outrage and frustration over the shortcomings in communication.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
DPW says the contamination was first discovered September 2nd, but it took almost 3 days to notify the public.
In speaking with our Mackenzie Frost, Mayor Brandon Scott says DPW shouldn't have to shoulder the blame.
You told me that you didn't think the communication was bungled in terms of how this was talked about in the community. During the hearing yesterday, we heard DPW Director Jason Mitchell say that there were mistakes made and he recognizes that. Why does it seem to be a difference between he's willing to take responsibility for what happened?
Well, that's not what I'm
not?
saying. And what I said last week, Mackenzie, is that we met every single requirement. And what we're talking about now is exceeding those requirements and being better. There's always room for improvement. Nobody's perfect. Tom Brady loses football games, right? No one's perfect. You can always be better than you were before, and that's what we're going to do.
Mayor Scott did say that his office will handle communications in a situation like this moving forward. The city is still trying to figure out what caused the E. coli contamination.
Today, some residents are taking action.
Olivia Dance joins us live from downtown Baltimore with more on what it is they're doing. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. Community leaders and residents are meeting at City Hall this evening to discuss the city's response to the water crisis. And at the meeting, they'll also talk about the water's cost and safety. But despite the boil advisory being lifted after test results of the water came back negative, some still have concerns.
I don't wash my dishes with it. I don't drink it.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he likes, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
In responding to that resident's challenge, a spokesperson for Mayor Scott said he will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but will ensure the random testing and investigation into what caused the water crisis continues. But Fox 45 News will be at the meeting to hear residents' concerns and also see how city leaders are addressing those concerns. You can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com for the latest updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Rain continues in Puerto Rico as Hurricane Fiona strikes that island. What we know so far about the extensive damage, including power loss.
And meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the forecast at home as we stay warm this week with highs above average. 7:38 now on Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
7:41 is your time right now. We're 19 away from 8 o'clock on your Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend looking out over the Inner Harbor. A few clouds kind of hanging around right now. We are going to heat up this afternoon and not going to see much rain. Go ahead and get the sprinklers on. This is a look at your sprinkler cast. Numbers will continue to rise over the next few hours, and it definitely will stay mainly dry. But again, some of those storms could bring a little bit of rain. I'll take a closer look at that in my forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Tracking the tropics. Flash flood warnings have been issued for most of Puerto Rico as Hurricane Fiona just batters the island.
Take a look at the video. So we see a bridge that was swept away by floodwaters. We're hearing reports of that. The National Hurricane Center says parts of Puerto Rico could see up to 30 inches of rain. And look at that. Look at the bridge go there. But they're saying 30 inches of rain by the time that this storm is all over, which for them it is not yet.
Currently, the entire island, we're talking about 1.5 million residents, are without power. And just to remind you, Fiona comes 2 days ahead of the anniversary of 2017's Hurricane Maria, which just destroyed the island's power grid and killed nearly 3,000 people. September is National Recovery Month. How Harford County parents are trying to crack the emoji code when it comes to drug use.
Inflation reaching the afterlife. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. The cost of living going up, along with the cost of dying. We'll break down how much next.
$7:45. Did you know that an emoji on your child's phone could be a red flag for drug use? Teens are able to talk about and buy drugs through text or social media platforms, often right under their parents' noses. September is National Recovery Month. In Harford County, they're trying to help parents crack the code. Harford County Executive Barry Glassman joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. All right. So who knew these emojis had other meanings? What do parents need to know about them?
Well, it's National Recovery Month, but every
every month we try to talk to parents about different strategies to be on the front side of protecting their children. And the emojis are different, and they have different significance when you're looking at them on your child's phone. They may be actually indicators of some other activity or someone sending your child something. So we're pushing this out to our parents to make sure just to be on the alert, not that anything bad is happening, but if you start seeing a certain emoji, like a snowman, more than you should, in different contexts, it's a chance for you to talk to your children. We always say the best program out there on drug prevention is talking to your children and learning about the different strategies to avoid being put in a spot where your child may be urged to purchase something or take a certain drug.
And it is National Recovery Month and Suicide Prevention Month as well. The two often go hand in hand. The research indicates that people with substance abuse disorders are almost 6 times as likely to attempt suicide at some point in their lives. So both of these need to be talked about together, correct?
It is. And we find, as you indicated, that there are usually overlapping problems, whether it's anxiety, depression, a number of other mental health issues kind of really revolve around drug addiction. In Harford County, we have a crisis center. We urge folks, it's as easy as calling 1-800-NEXT-STEP to get assistance 24/7 if you feel yourself falling into that kind of situation. We've been fortunate in Harford County. Our overdose numbers have fallen about 37% coming out of the pandemic. So we know that these strategies work, that recovery is possible. If you get help, you can turn things around. And so we continually to work and urge folks to reach out for assistance. We have a number of nonprofit partners out there to help us.
All right. County Executive Barry Glassman, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Time now 7:48. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Here's meteorologist Justin Chambers with that look.
Yeah, and it is still summer. Don't you worry, summer fans, because we've got temperatures that are going to be in the upper 80s today. Will feel like summer, no doubt about that. We got to 85 yesterday, so not as warm as we thought we were going to get, but it definitely felt warm outside over this weekend for sure, and the stickiness is going to be kind of hanging around too. You can actually see that here with your dew point temperature at 61 degrees and the air temperature at 64. So when those numbers are close, that typically means we've got humidity in the air. And what's going to take place over the next couple of days on your mugginess trend is that we'll stay kind of in that sticky category for today and also into Wednesday. A little bit of a drier air comes in tomorrow, and then once we get into Thursday and Friday, you'll definitely feel drier and more kind of that crisp fall-like air right in time for the brand new season. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, this hour in the 60s and mid-80s by noontime and recess. We'll be in the upper 80s for you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and we do carry that chance of a stray pop-up storm later today. So poolcast is still going, especially with numbers that are staying above average like this. Just watch for some of those thunderstorms possible after about 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Drier air into Tuesday and Wednesday, and numbers that'll stay mainly in the 80s. Keeping the 80s going for you in Carroll and Baltimore counties today. Westminster in the Hereford zone there. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley at 86. Same number in Perry Hall and White Marsh, and 88 in Dundalk this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those upper 80s and into those lower 90s in Richmond, but 81 heading down the ocean there in Ocean City for this afternoon. This is the cold front, our next weather maker. It's not very strong, kind of a weak cold front that'll come through, but with enough of that daytime heating, you'll get the potential of a couple of those pop-up showers and storms into the 7, 8, 9 o'clock hour tonight. Cold front's going to pass through overnight. Drier air will come in tomorrow, and it will be a bit cooler as well. And then we turn our attention to Wednesday, and especially Wednesday night into Thursday. That's going to be a second stronger cold front. That one carries a little bit more of some punch there, where we're going to see a better chance of some showers into early Thursday morning and then off and on into Thursday afternoon. That's really a better chance for some actual rain returning to the area. Just in time for fall, too. Now, the equinox happens Thursday night, so the first day of fall will actually be Friday. And look at those numbers from upper 80s today to the lower 70s on Friday afternoon, even mid 70s on Saturday. Should be a great weekend for the brand new season. And right there, ding, bottom of your screen, you take a picture of that and boom, that app is right there in the palm of your hand.
The World Health Organization says the end of the pandemic is in sight. Still to come, the comments from President Biden that argues the end is already here.
And Broadway's longest running show is scheduled to soon come to an end. The historical Phantom of the Opera timeline. But first, the Monday morning coffee break is here.
And not just inside our mind. It's all happening right now. The cost of living is going up, and so is the cost of dying.
The National Desk's Angela Brown explains as inflation reaches the afterlife.
Funeral prices have been going up for years before the pandemic and before record high inflation. But the last 2 years has really put a strain on the industry as Americans move away from traditional service. Living is getting more expensive, and so is dying. A recent cost analysis from the National Funeral Directors Association found the median cost of a funeral with viewing and burial has increased 6.6% over the past 5 years to over $7,800. Embalming, up $50, roughly 6.9%, and casket costs up 4.2%.
I mean, just in the last year, the cost of caskets. One of my clients estimated that it went up for him 15% in 1 year. That's huge.
David Nixon consults with funeral homes, and many are trying to streamline costs to stay in business.
When revenues were being challenged in 2020, they just didn't spend as much. They held back. And I think to a degree, they're still doing that.
In tough times, families are making even tougher choices, forgoing traditional burial, opting for cremation. The Cremation Association of North America says in 2021, the U.S. cremation rate was over 57%, with death care providers putting the median cost of cremation at over $6,900, compared to the median cost of a funeral at over $7,800. The NFDA says nearly 90% of all funeral homes are family-owned, and the number of funeral homes across the country is dropping. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Partly cloudy today with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at the chance for some summer storms.
A new Goucher poll is shedding light on who could be Maryland's next governor. I'll have those results coming up next. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
A live look now from London as Queen Elizabeth II, that procession moves through London. We'll have more on what's expected throughout the morning.
Good morning on this Monday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, get a look at the forecast and what is coming our way this week.
Yeah, and ladies, good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Warmer today, as we we talked about the mid-80s yesterday, and we're going to go to the upper 80s for this afternoon. Last couple of days of summer, hanging on to some of that summer heat. And also the potential does exist for a pop-up thunderstorm. So right now, looking good over downtown Baltimore. A few clouds kind of hanging around. Warm afternoon is on the way with that stray thunderstorm that will be possible later today. And out for your yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get out there and get some of that yard work done before the warmer air rolls in, do it this morning. As you can see, those numbers steadily rising through noon in the mid-80s and on our way to the upper 80s this afternoon. 83 Westminster, 84 Eldersburg, low to mid-80s across central and northern Baltimore County. A little warmer once you get down toward the city at 89 in Baltimore this afternoon. We'll have another look at your full forecast for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Justin, thank you. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network at our drive times. They have increased throughout the morning. We are in the yellow across the board. 17 minutes from 795 to 95, 24 from 95 to 83. So time to get up and out and give yourself some time.
Happening today, we could see a murder conviction overturned in the case of Serial's podcast subject, Anand Syed. Attorneys for Syed, who was found guilty of killing his high school girlfriend, Hae Min Lee, more than 20 years ago, confirming the hearing will take place this afternoon.
The convicted killer due back in court to consider the request from prosecutors.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from the circuit courthouse with what we can expect coming out of this hearing today. Olivia.
Good morning, and the hearing begins at 2 right here at Circuit Court, and there is a chance that Adnan Syed could be freed today. This hearing comes after the city state's attorney's office filed for a new trial, saying new evidence needs to be considered. But some experts have concerns about the timing of the announcement, considering state's attorney Marilyn Mosby is also facing trial herself.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. It's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
Timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
And some background for you. Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death 22 years ago. But the state's attorney's office says they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed. And they also say advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him. The state's attorney says she isn't convinced that Syed is innocent, but that these new findings call for a new trial. And she's demanding he be set free. Taylor, Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, we know this is not the first time Syed has tried to get a new trial. What happened last time?
Yeah, Taylor, that's exactly right. We know that 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court refused to give him a new trial. And then a year after that, the U.S. Supreme Court also rejected a new trial. So we'll just have to wait and see if things go differently at today's hearing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
New this morning, a new Gosher College poll is shedding some light on who may be elected as Maryland's next governor.
We are less than 2 months out from the November election. Shannon Lilly joining us live with those details. Shannon.
Yeah, we're learning, Patrice, that voters are largely set on the governor's race, with Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore viewed favorably. In fact, take a look at these results right here on your screen. If the general election for Maryland governor were held today, 53% say they will vote for Moore and 31% say they will vote for Republican nominee Dan Cox. 9% of Maryland likely voters are currently undecided. Now, Maryland likely voters were also asked how they view the Democratic and Republican nominees for governor. Moore received a 53% favorable vote compared to a 33% unfavorable vote. Cox, on the other hand, received a 30% favorable vote compared with a 53% unfavorable vote. Now, likely voters were also asked to select 3 issues from a list that could determine their choice for governor. The most selected areas of concern are the economy and taxes, crime and public safety, and public schools and education. As for current approval ratings, Governor Larry Hogan still has a high one with a 62% rating of Marylanders approving of the job he's doing as governor. But Marylanders are split on President Biden, with 48% approving and also 48% disapproving. When it comes to former President Trump, he's viewed favorably by 32% of the vote. A majority of 61% view him unfavorably. Now, the Goucher poll surveyed more than 1,000 Maryland residents, 748 of which are likely voters. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to a city in crisis amid Baltimore's uptick in violence. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing a complete overhaul of the violence intervention program, Safe Streets. In less than a month, the community-based organizations that oversee Safe Streets sites will shift hands. That supervision will now be done by just 2 groups, LifeBridge Health and Catholic Charities. Safe Streets was run by a series of nonprofits in the past, and the mayor hopes this consolidation will improve communication. In Fox 45, we've continued to follow the Safe Streets program for months, demanding answers about how the organization operates.
City activists are trying to organize some of that community outreach, but they've received discouraging news from the city. Dr. Andre Humphrey with Baltimore's trauma response team says his group acts as a healing source for people dealing with grief, counseling victims' families and walking them through the process of losing a loved one. But when they asked for $400,000 from the city to help their efforts, they got a counteroffer of only $25,000.
A form of disrespect and a slap in the face. With the funding that they have, they were serious about trying to help the victims of trauma. I believe they're going about doing it the wrong way.
Well, Dr. Humphrey believes that any sort of organization like his should be taken more seriously as a violence intervention strategy by city leaders.
From the Live Center this morning, the funeral procession for Queen Elizabeth II is making its way towards the Wellington Arch. Now, this is where the pallbearer will transfer from the state gun carriage to the state hearse for the journey to Windsor. You can see right now that coffin lined with the sovereign flag with a wreath and the crown there on top. King Charles III and his family will lead the procession on foot. At 10 o'clock, the Queen's coffin will then be driven to Windsor Castle, where the Queen lived for the last 2 years of her life. It'll also be her final resting place. This evening, in a private service, the Queen will be lowered into a royal vault at St. George's Chapel. She'll be laid to rest beside her husband of 73 years, Prince Philip. Stick with us this morning. We're covering that minute-to-minute coverage for you with the Queen's final farewell. We'll bring you the latest. Back to you, Patrice. Mobile sports betting will soon be available to Marylanders. Just ahead, what kind of revenue we can expect from sports betting.
Seeing a few clouds out there right now. We are tracking the potential for at least a pop-up thunderstorm later today. We'll break down the impacts it could have on your afternoon. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 8:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend, the final weekend of summer. Fall just around the corner. Not going to feel like fall. In fact, looking outside right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group camp, really haven't seen a lot of trees change. There's been a few leaves that have tried to get a little bit different color out there. You can see on your out and about cast next couple of hours, those numbers rising to the upper 70s and eventually on their way to the 80s by lunchtime. And we're going to be in the upper 80s by the time we get into later this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that forecast as well as when those cooler numbers roll in coming up in a few.
8:10 now on the path forward. President Biden says the COVID-19 pandemic is over.
Yeah, he made those comments during an interview with 60 Minutes last night. But the World Health Organization said last week the pandemic is close to an end, but it is not over yet. That we're still under a public health emergency, and Biden acknowledged the U.S. still has problems with the virus. So far, more than 1 million Americans have died due to COVID-19.
CDC data shows a lot of young children in the U.S. haven't gotten the COVID-19 vaccine. In June, the FDA authorized emergency use of the vaccine for children under 5. A July Kaiser Family Foundation survey found 4 in 10 parents with young children said they would definitely not get their kids vaccinated. Experts didn't expect high numbers. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly recommends the vaccinations.
U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi delivered remarks in Armenia yesterday as to how she's feeling and how she's expressing support for the nation in the wake of deadly clashes in the region.
There's still concerns about Baltimore's water crisis, and today residents are meeting to address those concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll have more details about what we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, the sports season, the football season is well underway, and mobile sports betting is soon going to be available here in the state of Maryland. Now, they're taking a step forward by opening up a license application window next week. The businesses will have until October 21st to submit an application for a mobile betting license, with final decisions made in December. David Williams of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joins us to discuss whether this is a good bet in the state of Maryland and how that could impact revenue. David, good morning.
Good morning. And listen, this is pretty good news all around. And this could happen very quickly because, as you mentioned, we have the application process, we have the deadlines, and then they're going to decide in December. And we could see, betting, sports betting and mobile betting early next year, probably January, in time for playoffs, NFL playoffs and, college basketball, because this is being done in so many other states right now that the infrastructure is there. The security is there. They know how to weed out the minors. They know how to make sure that there's age verification. So this is going to really hit the ground running. And what's really interesting about Maryland is that they're taking this kind of slowly because they want small businesses to be involved. They want minority-owned businesses to be involved, not just the big players in the sports betting field. So this is really interesting, and I think a great opportunity for the state of Maryland if you're into betting, right?
Well, definitely. I mean, it's definitely a lucrative sport. So many people are already engaging in sports betting. How quickly do you think we could see this happen here?
So it's going to happen quickly, and the revenue is going to happen quickly. And we have seen other states making hundreds of millions of dollars in this. And right now, the casino industry in Maryland is bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars. And you have to actually physically go to a casino to bet. But when you have mobile sports betting, we're talking about the ease of just sitting at home, sitting on your couch, having a pizza or two and betting. And I think it's really going to open up. And they're talking, this is a crazy number, but $3 billion in wages in the next 2 or 3 years, which could mean, $50 to $100 million in revenue for the state to go towards things like education and other things that the state needs. So this is going to be a huge cash cow.
And I think it's interesting you say that because just last week we learned that the state had nearly $2 billion in excess revenue. When we think about how we try to set up the financial future here in Maryland, do you think this is a wise move? And if so, why?
Yeah, so there are some pitfalls here, right? Whenever you give politicians more money, they spend it. And they don't spend it that wisely sometimes. So there have to be, we want to make sure that, politicians don't look at this and think, wow, I have an extra $100 million, so I'm going to spend it on some ridiculous things. So yes, this is good for the state, but there's always that temptation by the politicians and the bureaucrats to spend the money. And, there still has to be, good decision-making process in Annapolis.
Absolutely. And we will continue to see how this unfolds here. As you said, December is when the state will make those decisions, right?
That's absolutely right. And like I said, early January, people could be on their tablets, on their phones, making all sorts of bets.
It could be on. All right. Thank you so much, David. That entry date is October 31st. Let's head over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He'll give us a look now at the forecast.
I'm excited if they can get that going because they had mobile betting in Tennessee, and I really enjoyed it because you can just bet right there from your phone.
Did you win money?
Did I win money?
Uh-huh.
One time.
I don't like spending my money and not getting something in return.
I know. But you got to play to win. That's what we say. All right. We know we didn't get the win yesterday at M&T Bank Stadium. Hopefully, we get the win tonight as the Orioles are back in town. Wait a second. Can you come over here for a second? Just step over here. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm doing my forecast, and then this person walks in. Are you going to be on TV in a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. There's your preview. All right. Go over there. Go over there. Do your thing. Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to I was just like, what? This person walking around with a baton. That's pretty cool. All right, here we go. What was I talking about? I'm all perplexed now. All right, here we go. Your O's cast. All right, there we are taking a look at the O's game tonight. 7:05. We're 4 games out, guys. That's it. So we got the Tigers in town for the next 3 nights. Trey Mancini returns Thursday to Camden Yards as the Astros will be in town. A very big, important weekend series. So 4 games out of the wild card, and we're almost in late September. I love it. Your Rise and Shine cast. Low to mid and upper 70s over the next couple of hours. 83 by 11 a.m. Sun is going to bed tonight at 7:08. So the sunrise and sunset times you can see right there. there, getting closer to 12 hours of day and night. The autumnal equinox happens this Thursday night. 89 is our average, or is our about 10 degrees above average for this time of year. Check out these numbers, mid to upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties. You're going to see those numbers in the mid to upper 80s as well. 86 in Odenton, 87 in Severna Park. Even for you in Hartford and Cecil counties, we'll keep those mid to upper 80s going throughout the day today. Those numbers well above average. Now look what happens with our temps. They're coming back down. In fact, Thursday and Friday, you're really going to start to see that dip going below average into Friday and Saturday, and that is going to be the first weekend of autumn. In terms of our chance for a pop-up thunderstorm, it's very slim. Just an isolated chance here a little bit later today as that cold front comes in. More so later this evening into about the 9 and 10 o'clock hour. So hopefully we'll get that game in with no problems there at Camden Yards. The cold front passes through and we're drier and a bit cooler tomorrow. And then as we head into Wednesday and Thursday, another weather maker rolling in. That's going to bring a better chance for rain, especially late Wednesday night into Thursday. And then that's when those temperatures start dropping off for the new season. This is Hurricane Fiona, still 90-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Just the eye is just about to move off of the Dominican Republic right there, but still bringing tons of wind and rain. The entire territory of Puerto Rico without power, Dominican as well. And this is going to track into the Atlantic. More than likely will become a major hurricane by tomorrow and into Wednesday and Thursday. You can see that track right there as it continues to track up toward the East Coast, but it is going to make kind of that right turn. Bermuda is going to be impacted by this storm and possibly even Nova Scotia by the end of the week into the weekend. Here for us, our 7-day forecast looks like this. Upper 80s today, mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. We drop to 82 on Thursday. And then look at those numbers. As I mentioned, Friday and Saturday, the weekend looking great with temperatures that will be cooler. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look at our traffic map. The changes we're seeing throughout the course of this morning. Once we were all in the green, now plenty of yellow. Give yourself extra time as you're getting up and out this morning. A Maryland native wins big at the World Championships for baton twirling. Justin, does this all make sense for you now? Her journey twirling from the National Football Championship to the world stage. That's coming up. 8:22 is the time. It's so Baltimore. The Power 52 Foundation is hosting its inaugural charity golf classic today.
Live in the Green will feature a full day of unique activities to give back to surrounding communities in Baltimore. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Marrittsville with more. Good morning.
If only we had number 52 yesterday. If only. If only we had number 52 fourth quarter. Lord. Ray Lewis, man, congratulations, your inaugural event, man. Tell us about what's going on out
Oh,
here.
man, you know, we're always trying to create creative ways, right, to bring the community together, right? And so Power 52, of course, was started in 2015 after the unrest of Freddie Gray, and it's really to present quality jobs, right? It's to give us a real chance, right? Second and third chance offenders and all these different people of life, right? All different races, right? We're all one, right, at the end of the day. And so you come out here and golf, and I'm not a big golfer, but golfer is the theme, right? It's the theme of what everybody is doing. And when you talk about sponsors and partnerships and different things like that, it meant something for us to come out here and create this at Waverly today. And so, man, for us to come out here and do this first one, it's like absolutely amazing. You see the turnout was absolutely incredible. And we're going to raise a bunch of money today, and we're going to help Power 52 continue to pour back into the community of Baltimore.
And that's the beauty of Ray, you know, your experience here was, it wasn't just on the football field.
No, yeah.
You left an indelible mark on the community, and you still do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so thank you for that, my friend.
Absolutely.
And of course, this is the first one, first of many.
Yeah.
And we're just glad good to see you again and again. If only last night Ray was in town. But we still got him though, guys. He's still here though.
Yes, it would have been nice to have him on the field, like you said, but we'll take this as well. This is pretty awesome. All right, Mark, thank you. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
And aren't you going to be out there later today as well?
I will be out there. They sound like they're having a good time.
They are. And good news is we'll have a gorgeous week today. It's the last week of summer. But when we could see some storms. Meteorologist Justin Chambers just ahead with your timeline.
As crime piles up in the city, so does the debate on how to curb it. Coming up, the pattern that we continue to see involving young people.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on this Monday, September 19th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And it's good to be here. My first Monday joining you all here in the morning team.
It's like you've been here for hours already.
You know, we're still working that smart board out, but we'll get it. We will get it, okay?
You got this. In the meantime, everything stars aligning weather-wise for you.
You know, and that's all we can take for now. So, Justin.
Listen, let me tell you something, Taylor. Sometimes they put me over there at the smart board. They put the dumbest guy at the smart board, and I'm always like, I don't know what the heck this thing is and how to work it.
Just touching buttons and
yeah,
a lot of moving
touching
pieces.
Stuff. It's Meg, Tom, Patrice, they know what they're doing over there, but we'll figure it out. Let's take a look outside right now. Good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. A live look here from our Towson camera. And yeah, we're talking about the nice weather for that tournament here this morning. Overall, it's going to be a pretty nice day. We are going to see the potential of a couple of pop-up storms, especially later into the afternoon and evening. Statewide, numbers are in the 50s out west and 60s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Baltimore City at 68. So overall, our numbers will continue to rise today. We'll be in the mid to upper 80s by lunchtime. Yard and gardening cast. Get out there and get that yard work done now before it starts warming up. How about 89 for our high today? And then back into the mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. So we'll keep some of the summer heat around at least for the next few days. But cooler temperatures are afoot. We'll take a closer look at those numbers coming up in a few. Megan?
Let us see what is afoot on the roadways.
Ooh.
The Len Stoller Traffic Network up. And actually, guys, we do have an incident to talk about. Not great. This is the outer loop right near Old Cord. The crash has been moved to the shoulder, so that's somewhat good news. Some cars getting through the area, but you can see we are stop and go through that area right now.
In a city in crisis, the final weekend of summer has come to a close, and it's been a violent season for the city. Nearly short of 100 homicides just this summer, and we're shy of 250 for the year.
It's not just shootings either. We're talking about carjackings and robberies also on the rise, especially among young people.
The latest incident happening just this past Friday. 3 teens charged after a high-speed chase. They led officers through the streets of Baltimore City into Baltimore County. Police found loaded guns and drugs inside that car.
But as the crime piles up, the debate continues over how to best handle these young offenders.
Really the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state and the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crime.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
Let's head right over to Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning.
Shannon, what are you hearing about what seems to be driving this violence?
Well, Megan, as you and Taylor just laid out, that debate rages on, but we continue to see this pattern in many of these high-profile crimes where the person arrested is underage. And that's exactly what happened in this high-speed chase that happened on Friday. 3 teens now behind bars for that crime. It was a 16-mile pursuit on I-83. Police say 2 of the teens arrested are just 15 years old. The other teen is just 17 years old. So we reached out to Ivan Chestnut. He's a youth advocate who works with high-risk teens after they've entered the juvenile justice system, and he sees the faces behind the numbers.
I say a lot of them been traumatized mentally and stuff. They don't have no support. Not at most of them, and it's not like enough resources out here or programs out here that can help them to show them something different.
Well, according to the department, police have charged 10 people under 18 with murder so far this year, and nearly a dozen kids have lost their lives on city streets. Now, there's been debate in Baltimore among city leaders and advocates over consequences and whether there should be more transparency in the records of juvenile offenders to help curb the problem. As for the 3 teens arrested Friday, they are now waking up this morning in juvenile jail. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Continuing coverage this morning, the Department of Public Works facing backlash for its handling of the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore's water supply.
City council members expressing their outrage and frustration over the short communication.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
DPW director says the contamination was first discovered on September 2nd. It took nearly 3 days to notify the public.
In speaking with our Mackenzie Frost, Mayor Brandon Scott says DPW should not have to shoulder the blame.
You told me that you didn't think the communication was bungled in terms of how this was talked about in the community. During the hearing yesterday, we heard DPW Director Jason Mitchell say that there were mistakes made and he recognizes that. Why does it seem to be a difference between he's willing to take responsibility for what happened?
Well, that's not what I'm
not?
saying. And what I said last week, Mackenzie, is that we met every single requirement. And what we're talking about now is exceeding those requirements and being better. There's always room for improvement. Nobody is perfect. Tom Brady loses football games, right? No one's perfect. You can always be better than you were before, and that's what we're going to do.
Mayor Scott says his office will handle communications like these going forward. The city is still trying to figure out what caused the E. coli contamination.
Today, some residents are taking action.
Olivia Dance joins us now from downtown Baltimore. Olivia, what can you tell us about the hearing today?
Well, that's right. Community leaders and residents are meeting this evening at City Hall to discuss the city's response to the water crisis. And at that meeting, they're also going to discuss the water's cost and safety. But despite the boil advisory being lifted after test results of the water came back negative, some still have concerns.
I don't wash my dishes with it. I don't drink it.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
In responding to that resident's challenge, a spokesperson for Mayor Scott said he will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but will ensure the random testing and investigation into what caused the water crisis continues. And Fox 45 News will be at the meeting to hear residents' concerns and also see how city leaders are addressing those concerns. You can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com for the latest updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Morning, we are taking you to London here once again as the procession for Queen Elizabeth's funeral is happening now. We just saw the into the hearse. King Charles III and his family will lead the procession on foot at 10 o'clock this morning. Just about 90 minutes from now, the Queen's coffin will then be driven to Windsor Castle, where the Queen lived for the last 2 years of her life, which will also be her final resting place. This evening, in a private service, the Queen will be lowered into the Royal Vault in St. George's Chapel. She will be laid to rest beside her husband of 73 years, Prince Philip. We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News as the Queen's funeral continues here this morning. We've been bringing it to you live and will continue to do so. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Phantom of the Opera is closing its doors for good, just ahead when the last performance will take place.
And we are keeping this summer warmth for at least a few more days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back in a few minutes with a closer look at how the temperatures will feel more fall-like later this week. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 8:41. In your international news, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is condemning recent attacks on Armenia by Azerbaijan. She is calling for a negotiated end to the conflict.
Pelosi traveled to Armenia with a congressional delegation this past weekend. She stopped at the U.S. Embassy where she took some photos with a Marine detachment there. Her trip comes after 2 days of shelling in that region that killed 200 troops. Armenia and Azerbaijan blame each other for starting last week's fighting. It's the worst outbreak in hostilities there in the last 2 years.
Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. The Salvation Army celebrates 130 years of service in Baltimore. Just ahead, how they are focusing on the past, the present, and the future of service in Baltimore.
Look at this, 8 cheetahs transported to a national park in India. Just ahead, how the cheetahs are finally making a comeback in the country.
It is 8:45 and trending now. A Maryland native has certainly had a very busy year. She's standing next to me. From twirling at the National Football Championship game to winning multiple world medals. Joining us live this morning, world champion baton twirler Ali Duda, and Justin is supporting your medals. Congratulations.
Thank
his
you.
neck hurts. I mean, this is huge. Let him go rest his neck here. This is a huge accomplishment. What's going through your mind at the World Championships?
I just am in shock still. It's been about a month now, and I couldn't have asked for a better summer. It was just the best 2 weeks ever, and like he said, his neck probably hurts because mine was definitely hurting. But
so how did you get to be the best in the world again? In the world?
Just a lot of training, a lot of hard work and dedication, and really just making sure that your heart is in the sport, because I've done this sport for as long as I can remember, and having the support of my whole family, it's just amazing.
And to see all these little girls across across the state of Maryland look and see you as a leader, someone here in their state that could do it. It's giving them hope.
Yes, absolutely. I have a bunch of little kids that I definitely know and love for sure, but there's so many of them that can twirl and accomplish this kind of thing.
And hopefully one day standing on a stage like you are, you're going to show us a little something here today. We're putting you to work because the medals weren't enough. Now we're making you compete on Fox 45. So what are you going to do for us?
Okay. Am I teaching you what you're going to do? Okay, so you're going to take your baton and you're going to put your elbow up like a table and you're going to reach all the way under. Okay. And you're going to put it on top and then reach and grab it on the other side. There you go. Okay. And then you're going to do it again and then try to make it a roll over. So this is called an elbow roll. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be working on that, but in the meantime, while I go off and try that, let's see what you can do because you're the pro. You ready? Yes. I'm going to give you some space.
Okay.
Music?
I know, we should get some music. And you're used to doing this at football stadiums with screaming fans.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Allie, with a microphone on, still able to do it. Thank you so much for coming in this morning.
Thank you for having me.
And I know we want to send it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, but his neck might still be hurting from the medals.
It really might be.
I'm not joking, ladies. I put that on. Congratulations. That's so often. I was like, but here's the thing. We had the video of you with the fire. Why didn't you teach Meg with the fire?
Do you want to do fire next?
I would love to, but I don't have those batons with me.
Well, I got a guy.
Yes.
We'll work on that.
All right. Work on the fire batons. All right. Thank you very much for being here. That's awesome. Good morning, everybody. Good day for some baton twirling right here. Looking right down 395. A little busy as folks are starting to come into town, but you can see the Patapsco looks good here this morning. And overall, we are seeing temperatures that are not too bad. Mid to upper 60s is where we are. Officially 68 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. 63 is your dew point now. Dew point temperatures are going to stay mainly in the 60s. So that puts the muggy meter in the sticky category for this afternoon. So definitely feeling like summer, especially as we get later in the day. And with that heat and humidity, we do have that potential of seeing a pop-up thunderstorm. So on your forecast, if you're going to get out there and play some golf today, next hour in the lower 70s, mid 80s by lunchtime, and upper 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. We do have that chance for a pop-up storm as well. Hey, a couple of great days to still hang by the pool in the mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. But again, we do have that chance of a thunderstorm later today. So obviously, if you see any of those storm clouds building, make sure to get inside. We haven't had rain really in about a week now. And even with today's slight chance of a storm, a better chance is coming later this week. 79 is typically where we are this time of year. Mid to upper 80s is where we'll be from Bel Air and Elkton out to Chestertown. 84 Stevensville and Annapolis. 89 in Baltimore City. And keeping those temps in the upper 80s up and down the 95 corridor. 86 in D.C., but close to 90 in Philly this afternoon. 81 if you're heading down the ocean there in Ocean City. All right, here's a look at the future scan. This is our latest updated model run. Now, you're going to see this cold front come in from the north and the west. So along the frontal boundary, we have the heat and humidity building. That's when we get that chance for some of those pop-up storms, especially as we get later into the afternoon and evening tonight. And we're not looking for all of us to get some rain. In fact, a lot of us won't see anything. It'll just be that kind of isolated threat for a pop-up storm. Drier air tomorrow and Wednesday, and then here comes the next weather maker after that. We're going to see a better chance of the rain coming late Wednesday night into early Thursday, right as we get into autumn. Autumn begins on Thursday night, and you're going to see some of that rain that'll be here at least during the day on Thursday, but by Thursday night into Friday, will definitely be drier and cooler. And check out the number differences, too. 89 today. We're going for a high of 73 on Friday, so that's a big dip in those numbers coming later this week, and right as we head into the first weekend of the brand new season. All right, here's a look at a view through your window, and this is a really cool shot. The American flag there blowing in the breeze. That is Mark S., who posted that shot. Mark, thank you very much for doing that. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Back to you.
I like that squiggly thing. Thank you, Justin. 8:50, trending now. A moving scene at the Inner Harbor Amphitheater as the Salvation Army celebrates 130 years of service right here in Baltimore.
Sunday's ceremony marked the end of a 3-day event focusing on the past, the present, and the future of service here in the city. The Salvation Army has been a staple in Baltimore, helping with everything from the Great Fire of 1904 to the COVID pandemic. During that time, they prepared more than 10,000 meals for people who could not go to the grocery store. Already in your entertainment news, the Phantom of the Opera's Broadway's longest running show well, the curtain's closing on it.
It's hard to
Next
believe.
year will be the last time the musical will be on Broadway. It's been a fixture since 1988.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit Broadway really hard, with all theaters closed for more than 18 months. The musical, by the way, it's really costly to maintain, and box office numbers have really fluctuated since the show reopened. The final performance is set for February 18th of next year, weeks after its 35th anniversary.
The famous trumpeter and singer Louis Armstrong, well, his Christmas hits are being put together in a special holiday album for the first time. The jovial EP will be called Louis Wishes You a Cool Yule. It includes tracks like White Christmas, Baby It's Cold Outside, and What a Wonderful World. The new album will be out October 28th, just in time. All right. A bright spot, Megan.
Yeah, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
It's been 7 decades since cheetahs died out in India, but now they're back.
That's right. On Saturday, 8 big cats from Nambia were flown into India, and the Indian Prime Minister released them into an enclosure at a national park. Now, the cats emerged from their cage, checking out their new areas and their surroundings. They were once pretty widespread across India, but they became extinct in 1952.
From hunting and loss of habitat, India hopes importing African cheetahs will aid efforts to conserve the country's threatened and largely neglected grasslands.
Oh. Yeah, look. And again, we're at Ray Lewis's event. This is the first inaugural golf tournament. Again, Power 52 on the greens is going down right now. We'll check in coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
And an Arizona drive-in breaking a Guinness World Record. Just ahead, the sweet treat that might be worth making a detour for. But first, one thing that's always worth taking a detour for, a coffee break. It is 8:55 and topping your morning business report. Amid falling revenue, Bed Bath & Beyond is closing 150 stores. And the company has just put out a list naming where 50 of the stores are located. Right now, none on the list are in Maryland, but there are still 100 to be named. The company says it hopes closing low-performing stores will help them stay open. Nissan is recalling more than 200,000 pickup trucks over concerns the trucks could roll away. The recall covers Frontier and Titan pickups from the 2020 through 2023 model years. Nissan says it's not aware of any crashes or injuries. The company is still working on repairs. Owners are being told to use the parking brake whenever they park their trucks. Wegmans says it's ending its self-checkout app feature due to an increase in theft. The store rolled out a mobile scan app in 2019, and it lets customers scan, bag, and pay for groceries while they shopped, and then skip the checkout line altogether. Problem is, it led to rampant shoplifting. So Wegmans announced plans this week to shut down the app, though the company wouldn't say exactly how much money it lost. A new government report shows food prices have climbed 13.5% over the past year. This is the highest jump in a single year since 1979. According to the Agriculture Department, eggs have jumped the most in price. A dozen large grade A eggs has hit a record high of $3.12. That's up 92.3% from 1 year ago. With grocery prices on the rise, any way to make food last longer could be a huge help. Today, Genevieve Gorder introduces us to a new simple product that is doing just that. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Listen, we all know that grocery prices have increased by almost 11% just in the last year. So we're all looking for ways to save here and there, and this is one of those ways. So today I'm going to show you a system of food storage that is safe, BPA-free, reusable, and great for saving space in the fridge. These are Prep Sealer reusable bags. Now, these bags keep food 3 to 4 times longer than an ordinary sandwich or freezer bag. I like to make this a ritual in my life where as soon as I get my groceries, I come home, I unpack everything, wash, dry, cut up the veggies, and I put them all in Prep Sealer bags. It's that simple. Now, fruits, even easier. You simply just place them in a bag, and you're done. What's great is that these bags have been scientifically proven to absorb food gases, which not only keeps food fresher, it keeps it fresh much longer. Plus, they're dishwasher and microwave safe. I don't know about you, but I also hate throwing away unused food every week. With Prep Sealer, not only are my avocados not browning as fast, everything is keeping longer. And I'm saving by not having to buy more and more and more. You know what I'm talking about? So right now we're offering up to 40% off, you guys. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, September 19th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gilland, and we are twirling right into this new work week this morning.
That was pretty impressive. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
I was trying to do the spinny thing, like I threw something out.
I did too. I've been doing this now. I did something weird.
So my mom used to do that. So when I was a kid, we always had the batons in the house. And
good stuff. I like that.
It's fun.
And twirling right around into the forecast, as we take a look and see what's going on here outside. Overall, not too bad here right now. Our numbers have risen a little bit. We're already to the lower 70s here in parts of central Maryland. Towson looking good at this time with plenty of sunshine. Notice statewide, our numbers still in the 50s in Oakland, just barely at 60 degrees in Cumberland, and 70 already in Westminster. 68 your temp right now at Bel Air. So your weather story looks like this. A warm afternoon ahead. We do have that pop-up thunderstorm that will be possible later today, and temperature staying above average. No doubt about that. 79 typically where we are for September 19th. Most of us in the mid to upper 80s for the afternoon. So that summer heat hanging with us, at least for another couple of days. We'll break this down a bit further for you coming up in a few minutes from right now. How's it looking on the roads, Meg?
You know, not terrible. We do have an incident that we've been following, though, Justin. This is that left lane of the inner loop right near Maryland 26. We've been following it for some time. Still seeing traffic slow on both sides of the loop. Again, the crash was moved to the shoulder, but again, residual delays just really impacting us as we move into the 9 o'clock hour.
Well, 9:01 now. This morning, China is responding to comments that President Biden made in a 60 Minutes interview that aired last night, which appeared to depart from longstanding U.S.-Taiwan policy.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us with the latest as tensions between the U.S. and China get worse. Atra, what are you hearing?
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. Well, in that 60 Minutes interview, President Biden said yes when asked if U.S. forces would defend Taiwan if there was an unprecedented attack from China, doubling down that a U.S. response specifically would include U.S. personnel. Now, this isn't the first time the president's appeared to stray from the U.S.'s strategic ambiguity on this exact question and adhering to a one-China policy in which the U.S. recognizes Taiwan as part of China but remains silent on the question of defending it. Now, after the president said this, CBS reports that the White House reached out to say U.S. policy has not changed, appearing to contradict the president, though some analysts this morning say that there may be room for interpretation in exactly how the U.S. could defend Taiwan without actual boots on the ground, as it's doing with Ukraine. Now, reaction from the Chinese Foreign Ministry came in this morning, sending something of a warning that the U.S. should be careful and not send signals to encourage Taiwanese separatists.
All right, Archer, switching gears back in Washington, the Department of Justice is escalating objections to several decisions by a federal judge in Florida. What are they hoping happens?
So the DOJ is asking an appeals court in Atlanta to reverse orders by U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon that barred the department from reviewing some classified documents while a third-party review takes place, and another that allows that third party, that special master, to review those classified documents in the first place. The department argues both would cause the public irreparable harm. And this appeal comes after the DOJ did make these requests to Judge Cannon herself, but to no avail. And at the heart of the DOJ's argument, Megan and Patrice, is that is not just their investigation into former President Trump's handling of the documents, but what they say is the need to assess any damage to national security that could still exist because of their apparent mishandling. Now, Judge Cannon pushed back. She seemed to be leaning on disputes by Trump's team about the very nature of the documents. And late last week, you'll recall, she assigned former federal Judge Raymond Dearie to conduct that third-party review. He's a pick both the DOJ and Trump's team signed off on to preview. And his review, I should say, is expected to last at least several weeks.
All right, Atra, thank you.
Do you feel safe where you live? Today's number of the day polls Americans. 76% of voters say they'd feel safe going for a walk in their own neighborhoods at night. That total includes large majorities of both men and women. The Scott Rasmussen National Survey also shows 65% say they're confident if they needed help, police officers, neighbors, or others would arrive quickly.
9:03, an emotional send-off underway for Queen Elizabeth II.
Taylor Stewart is in the Live Center this morning with what is happening at this point. Taylor.
That's right, guys. I want to take you guys straight into central London, where the Queen's coffin is being taken to Windsor Castle. Now, the ceremonies began this morning at 5:30. We've continued our coverage throughout the day here, but as you can see, she's being driven down through the streets of London. Folks are just lining the streets, some people even throwing flowers as the procession makes its way to Windsor Palace. That will be her final resting place. It's where she lived for the last 2 years. This evening, a private ceremony will be held as she gets lowered into the vault in St. George's Chapel. That will be right next to her husband of 73 years, Prince Philip. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Happening today, we could see a murder conviction overturned in the case of Serial's podcast subject Adnan Syed. Attorneys for Syed, who was found guilty of killing his high school girlfriend, Hae-Min Lee, more than 20 years ago, confirmed the hearing will take place this afternoon.
The convicted killer is due back in court to consider the request from prosecutors.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from the Circuit Courthouse with what we should expect out of this hearing. Olivia.
Good morning. And yeah, the hearing begins at 2 today right here at Circuit Court. And there is a chance that Adnan Syed could be freed today. This hearing comes after the city state's attorney's office filed for a new trial, saying new evidence needs to be considered. But some experts have concerns about the timing of the announcement, considering state's attorney Marilyn Mosby is also facing trial herself.
She's had 8 years to review this case, and now she finds compelling evidence after she's been booted from office and after the federal court is going forward with her trial. it's not a coincidence that Marilyn Mosby is doing something that's in her best interest.
Timing is absolutely curious in terms of coincidental with her trial and attempting to pander to Adnan Syed's followers.
For some background, Adnan Syed was found guilty of strangling his girlfriend to death 22 years ago, but the state's attorney's office says they've identified 2 unnamed suspects. They question the phone records used to convict Syed, and they also say advanced DNA testing hasn't pointed to him. The state's attorney says she isn't convinced that Syed is innocent, but that these findings call for a new trial, and she's demanding he be set free. We also expect to hear from Marilyn Mosby after the hearing today. Back to you.
Olivia, this isn't the first time Syed has tried to get a new trial. Remind us what happened the last time.
Yeah, Megan, that's exactly right. 4 years ago, Maryland's highest court rejected a new trial. And then a year after that, the U.S. Supreme Court also refused a new trial. So we'll just have to see if things go differently at today's hearing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 9:06, time to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here, taking us from summer into fall.
That's right. Yeah, we still have a couple of more days of the temperatures that are going to feel like summer. 85 yesterday afternoon, about 4 degrees warmer for this afternoon, and a little stickier too, as we're going to feel more of that heat and humidity kind of building in. And that could lead to a pop-up shower or thunderstorm later today as well. Out for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours, getting that workout on, you're good to go. But we're already going to be in the lower 80s by 11 a.m., and you can see we're on our way to a high of 89 today with that chance of a pop-up storm. Upper 60s for us tonight. We're back to the mid-80s tomorrow, so numbers will come down just a little bit, but really coming down later this week as we approach autumn. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
All right, now looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we're hearing about an incident in the left lane on the inner loop near Maryland 26, and we're seeing that traffic is slow on both sides of the loop. It's so Baltimore. Ray Lewis, what's more Baltimore than Ray Lewis? Ray Lewis and the Power 52 Foundation is hosting its inaugural Charity Golf Classic.
The charity golf outing is going to be including unique activities, all in part of giving back to underserved communities. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Marriottsville with more on today's event that you, Mark, are going to be out there for, and Patrice as well.
That's right. We're going to be out here, and Cherie Brooks is with us, and it's a great cause. Cherie reminding us that enrollment is open for the school.
Yes. So Power 52, we own and operate a private career school, Power 52 Energy Institute. We are enrolling. Classes start October 3rd. If you want in, it's at no cost to the community. You have to be a Maryland resident. 16 weeks, hybrid, 80% online, 20% in person. We give you everything that you need. We are fighting for diversity, equity, and inclusion in this renewable energy sector. We will not be left behind. And so it's through our training and job placement that we are able to diversify this. We want opportunities, clean energy access for all, and that's through workforce development, our community outreach. Listen, we need our people in.
I love it.
They need to get this money.
And so, again, this great event that's going on right now for a great cause. And again, you know, I can't say enough about Ray Lewis and what you guys are doing. Mm-hmm. And so far, all is well, right? It looks like everybody's out on the links having success.
We were sold out a month in advance.
Oh.
So I am pleased about that. The turnout is great. Everyone's out. You can't see them right now, however. They're out there. We had 132 golfers. We were getting fussed at because we kept trying to add more. But we're sold out. We're trying to get our next cohort packed. Listen, power52.org/training. Apply today. If you are a male or female, put in your information. We will reach out to you. Get tested, get enrolled at no cost. We are changing lives. That's what we're doing.
And Patrice, we'll be out here on the links in a few minutes, right?
I don't know about on the links. I'll be out there. I'm going to be at the clubhouse where the party's happening.
Oh, he's getting ready.
Well, see, Mark can do that. Mark can do that part.
Awesome.
All right. Well, yes, we'll be out there in a few.
And if you want to learn more about Power 52 and the charity, what's happening out there, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Youth violence, it rages on for those in Baltimore. How the most recent incident involving 3 teens in a high-speed chase continues the debate over how to best handle these young offenders.
And people in West Baltimore still weary about the water following an E. coli contamination. Still ahead today, the way residents are taking a stand. 9:10, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. It is 9:13, and it is time to let loose and shake your body free after maybe a long day standing, maybe some twirling, especially for those who stand all day at work. This is really important for you guys. Head of Health and Fitness Excellence at Planet Fitness, the one, the only, Teddy Savage, back with us. And you've got some workout moves that are going to make us feel better.
Absolutely. And feeling better is so important, Megan. And it starts as soon as you wake up. We're going to do what we call good mornings.
Okay.
And who doesn't like to have a good morning, right?
I love good mornings.
So we'll stand with our feet a little less than hip width apart, fingertips right by your ears so you can keep your chest nice and pronounced. And then you'll lower your body down so your chest is almost parallel to the floor. Feel that stretch in your posterior chain. That's right. And come right back up nice and slow.
And Teddy, I notice when I bring my elbows back, more of a stretch too. Is that what we should be working on?
It is. So you're going to get whole posterior benefits from this. So this is your lower lumbar all the way up through to your upper back.
Okay.
So now we got to stretch the side body as well, your obliques, your serratus. So what we'll do is stand with our hands right here, and then we'll let those fingertips slide down your thighs, all the way down to your knee or to your fullest range of motion, Megan. And this is great for your obliques, which are right here, and for those abductors or outer hip muscles.
I already have a question for you, Teddy. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I wanted to know, should you keep me moving side to side, or can I just keep reaching down longer and longer, or is it more important to keep going back and forth?
You want to go back and forth, but you can hold it to a degree for a little bit of time and then go back, right? We want to be more ballistic because with dynamic stretching is.
Okay.
But Megan, stretching is not all about standing stationary. We got to get moving.
Oh, no.
Okay?
I was liking what we were doing.
That's
What's
right.
next?
So this next one is good for hip mobility. It's called over the hurdle.
I'm going to let you do that one.
That's okay. And then we'll drop under the hurdle, right? Okay. And this is really good to loosen up my hip flexors, Megan, because a lot of times when you're standing for a long period of time, those bad boys can get tight, and that leads to improper posture, which can lead to injury. And I love this one because I use my imagination. I'm driving over a hurdle, and I'm going to slide underneath of that same hurdle. And this last one, man.
Okay, one more.
Last one is butt kicks for my hamstrings. And this one, I like to go back and forth, boom. Right?
I can do that.
Left.
So, Teddy, you mentioned doing this in the morning. We're calling them good mornings.
That's
can you do
right.
this in the afternoon, after lunch, at work?
That's a great question. You can stretch, and you should stretch throughout the day.
Okay.
Whenever you feel like, you know what, I'm a little tight, I've been sitting for a long period of time, I've been standing for a long period of time, and see, she's getting saucy.
I was going to say, I feel like this is an 80s workout video coming to life
Hey,
right
look,
here.
You can go here with it. Why not? Why not have fun with your stretches? But back to your question, doing it throughout the day is a great way to offset injury, and you release those feel-good chemicals from your brain like dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins that boost your mood and help you to shake free.
And I'm serious. Just in doing that, I feel better. And I mean, I was doing the modified version in heels and a dress, which would be a lot of people at work doing the same. It makes a difference.
Nice heels, too. Nice heels as well.
Thank you, Teddy. Thanks for noticing. Always great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we want to send it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who actually, Justin, you always get us moving at 7:30 to get that energy moving.
Maybe we need to add another stretch in there, like a 6:30 stretch. I mean, it's a long show. We're on, Teddy, for like 100 hours every morning. And so we do that stretch, man, 7:30, get the music going, and we get ourselves just kind of moving around a little bit.
I like the...
Shot, butt kick. Butt kick, side to side.
And everyone's feeling better already.
Side to side. That's right, Megan. I see you, Justin.
And you feel better already. How's that weather, Justin?
I'm good. Good now. I'm good. I'm better now. I'm better now. Teddy always makes me feel better. I love that.
Thanks,
All right,
Teddy.
here's a look at our downtown camera right now over Fed Hill. Maybe you're out for a run or a jog and you're going to get your exercise on in a few minutes. We're running up and down that hill. So you can do that just like Kate Bush running up that hill, right? 73 in your temperature. That's your temperature right now at BWI. 64 is your current dew point temp. Now today, our dew point numbers are going to stay in the sticky category. We get a little drier tomorrow, and then we'll get a little bit more humidity back into Wednesday of this week before we start to see the drier air work in toward the end of the week ahead. So not a bad day to get out there and get your stretch on, get your golf clubs working on your forecast. 85 by noon. We'll be in the mid to upper 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Hey, still good pool days left, guys. I know we're getting into the end of summer and fall is right around the corner later this week, but I mean almost 90 on Monday and then mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. So we still have some pretty good pool days, and we do have that potential of a pop-up storm a little bit later today. So 79 is typically where we are this time of year. Low to mid and even upper 80s across central Maryland for Westminster over to Cockeysville and Bel Air. 89 in Baltimore City, 84 in Annapolis. You can see those numbers up and down the 95 corridor in the mid to upper 80s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Even heading down the ocean, looking at 81 at Ocean City and Rehoboth today. O's are back in town. Here's a look at your O's cast. And yeah, the Tigers are going to be in town tonight for the next 3 nights. O's got the win yesterday in Toronto, so that helps a little bit. We're 4 games out of the last wild card spot, so we got to keep winning. Got to hope Tampa Bay and Seattle, as well as Toronto, keep losing, so we can try to get back into that wild card in the playoffs. Either way, we have a great season so far, and you're back at Camden Yards tonight. Here's a look at our future scan. So 4 o'clock this afternoon, here comes that cold front. You're going to see those clouds building. We have the heat and humidity of the day. Not anything widespread, but a couple of those pop-up showers and storms in that 8, 9, and 10 o'clock hour this evening. So don't be surprised if you hear a rumble of thunder or two. As we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, drier conditions as well, but another round of showers rolling in late Wednesday into Thursday. That's going to be our next weather maker, bringing us our actual real chance for rain later this week. 89 today, mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday. We're back to 82 on Thursday with some of those rain showers in the morning time, and then only 70s for highs into Friday and Saturday.
All right, Justin, thank you. 9:19 now on the path forward. CDC data shows a lot of young children in the U.S. have not gotten the COVID-19 vaccine. In June, the FDA authorized emergency use of the vaccine for children under 5. A July Kaiser Family Foundation survey found that 4 in 10 parents with young children said they definitely would not get their kids vaccinated. Experts didn't expect high numbers. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly recommends the vaccinations.
Our coverage continues as the world says goodbye to Queen Elizabeth II. Taylor Stewart has the latest on events coming up.
But first, removing an uneasy responsibility of planning a funeral from your family and your friends. why someone should work with a funeral director to plan their own funeral, just like we're seeing with Queen Elizabeth II. 9:20 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(9:23). There is no time like the present to plan your own funeral. Removing this uneasy responsibility from family members during a difficult time is the most caring thing that you can do. Jack Mitchell IV from Mitchell Wiedefeld Funeral Homes is joining us now with more on how we can prepare. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we've been following the funeral of the Queen today, and so you know we're talking about, well, thinking about planning your own funeral feels morbid, and you don't want to think about that, but you really need to.
Right. Most people don't realize how many details need to be addressed and how many questions need to be answered, even if you're not planning a full traditional service. And so often when we're making pre-arrangements, someone in the family speaks up and says, man, I'm glad we're doing this now.
Right.
Thinking about how difficult it would be when they've lost their loved one and they have to answer all those questions.
Yes, they're in a grieving process at that moment. They don't necessarily want to also be making these kinds of decisions if they don't have to.
Right. Right.
And you want them to give you the homegoing that you would want.
Right. And sometimes when they haven't made pre-arrangements, we're sitting there with them, asking them what they want to do, and they say, well, we don't know because we never talked to Dad about it.
Right. Okay.
You know.
So now is the time to start doing that. Let's talk about some of the things that you brought here. This looks like jewelry.
Yes. Yes. You can put just a little bit of Mom's or Dad's cremated remains in one of these to have and to just have on a little necklace, a little chain.
Now, that is becoming more and more popular. Some people will look at it and say, oh, I find that creepy. Others find that I have them close to me.
A good friend of mine gave to her daughter one of these, and she posted it on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know, the best gift that Mom could give me was a little bit of Dad's ashes from right here.
I think I like that as well. What about these?
Well, again, more and more people are cremating, so there are more and more options. Over 50% of Americans now are cremating, and these are little keepsake urns. So if you're going to be burying or scattering cremated remains somewhere, you can still keep a little bit.
And this you can give to, I mean, so more than one family
Yes.
member can have,
Yes,
you know, memories
absolutely.
of their loved one.
Absolutely.
And what are we looking at here?
These are, again, there are many ways to personalize. If you are having a service where guests come in, this is something that would be appropriate for a veteran. You can put the branch of service right on the
got it.
guest book.
All right, so I have to ask about, because the eye goes to this huge shell here, and you're wondering, what in the world does that have to do with a funeral?
Right. This is a biodegradable urn, and the purpose of this is to avoid what we refer to as the Big Lebowski moment. For the people that have seen that movie, at the end where John Goodman stands on the cliff and gives that weird eulogy, and he and Jeff Bridges have put their friend's cremated remains in a coffee can, and he pours them and they blow back into Jeff Bridges' beard. Well, if you're going on a boat to scatter ashes and everybody goes to figure out which way is downwind so they don't get the ashes blown in their face or their mouths, you can simply put the ashes inside here.
And put the whole thing in.
And this is, again, biodegradable.
All right.
It's kind of like paper mache. You just place it in the water and it'll float away and disintegrate.
See, all of these things are things you may not even know exist, but now is the time to plan for when this will happen, and talk to folks like you. You can guide them through each and every point of it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Fortunately, the National Funeral Directors Association does a great job of keeping us abreast of the changing wants and needs of consumers, because it is actually changing a lot.
And that's a convention going on now, isn't it?
In a
Or
few
coming
weeks,
up?
the
Okay.
national convention's coming to Baltimore.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're talking about a warm day ahead. Also, the possibility of some pop-up storms this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he has all of that information for you. He's going to look at how your afternoon plans are going to be impacted.
There's still concerns about Baltimore's water crisis, and today residents are meeting to address those concerns. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have more on what we can expect from that meeting. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us this morning.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you. We still have plenty of summer heat to get through, at least over the next couple of days. Look at that beautiful shot there over the Inner Harbor. You can see that sun glistening on the ship there, looking good as well, the Constellation. Our out and about cast here, 73 this hour, upper 70s next hour, and we'll be in the 80s by the time we head into 11 a.m. and on our way to the upper 80s this afternoon. We do have some heat and humidity, so that does bring us at least the chance for a couple of pop-up storms later today, and a high of 89. But back to the mid to upper 80s into Tuesday and Wednesday, and then you're going to really feel that temperature change and that shift right as we head into autumn later this week. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in our full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
9:31 now. In a city in crisis, the final weekend of summer has come to an end. It has been a violent season as the city saw nearly 100 homicides and now sits just shy of 250 for the year.
And it's not just shootings. Carjackings and robberies are also on the rise, especially among young people.
The latest incident on Friday, 3 teens charged after a high-speed chase leading police through the streets of Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Police found loaded guns and drugs inside the car.
But as the crime piles up, the debate continues over how to best handle these young offenders.
Really the focus in the leadership of the city and really in the leadership of the state and the General Assembly has been sort of some of the softer approaches that are consistent with, again, juvenile delinquency, not with, hardcore violent crime.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning.
Shannon, what are you hearing about what seems to be driving the violence?
Well, Megan, as you just laid out, that debate rages on, but we continue to see this pattern over and over in a lot of these high-profile crimes where the suspect arrested is underage. And that's the case with this high-speed chase that happened on Friday. 3 teens now behind bars. It was a 16-mile pursuit on I-83. Police arresting 2 15-year-olds and 1 17-year-old. So we reached out to Ivan Chestnut. He's a youth advocate who works with high-risk teens after they've entered the juvenile justice system. He sees the faces behind the numbers.
I see a lot of them been traumatized mentally and stuff. They don't have no support. Not as most of them, and it's not like enough resources out here or programs out here that can help them to show them something different.
Well, according to the department, police have charged 10 people under 18 with murder just so far this year, and nearly a dozen kids have lost their lives on city streets. There's been ongoing debate in Baltimore among city leaders and advocates over consequences and whether there should be more transparency in the records of juvenile offenders to help curb the problem. Now, as for those 3 teens arrested on Friday, they are currently waking up in juvenile jail this morning. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Several other high-profile crimes this summer in Baltimore have also involved youth. A 15-year-old squeegee kid charged with killing 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds at a busy Inner Harbor intersection after police say the man confronted the group with a bat. That was in July.
Less than a month later, a 9-year-old is accused of shooting and killing 14-year-old Nikayla Strouder at her home. That child is too young to face charges, but her family is pushing city leaders to hold someone accountable. 9:34 now, and continuing coverage this morning. The Department of Public Works is facing backlash for its handling of the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore's water supply.
City council members expressed their outrage and frustration over the shortcomings in communication.
The most critical time in a crisis is those first 24 hours. And frankly, I'm disgusted on how those first 24 hours was handled.
It doesn't take long, as you can imagine, but I think to your point, and to my opening remarks and my closing remarks, there was a lot of lessons learned, right? And communication was a huge lesson.
Well, in speaking with our Mackenzie Frost, Mayor Brandon Scott says DPW should not have had to shoulder the blame.
You told me that you didn't think the communication was bungled in terms of how this was talked about in the community. During the hearing yesterday, we heard DPW Director Jason Mitchell say that there were mistakes made, and he recognizes that. Why does it seem to be a difference between he's willing to take responsibility for what happened?
Well, that's not
and
what
you're
I'm
not?
saying. And what I said last week, Mackenzie, is that we met every single requirement. And what we're talking about now is exceeding those requirements and being better. There's always room for improvement. Nobody is perfect. Tom Brady loses football games, right? No one's perfect. You can always be better than you were before, and that's what we're going to do.
Mayor Scott did say his office will handle communications in a situation like this moving forward. The city is still trying to figure out what caused the E. coli contamination.
Today, some residents are taking action.
Olivia Dance is joining us now from downtown Baltimore with more on what they're doing. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. Community leaders and residents are meeting at City Hall this evening to talk about the city's response to the water crisis, and they're also expected to talk about the water's cost and safety. But despite the boil advisory being lifted after test results of the water came back negative, some still have concerns.
I don't wash my dishes with it. I don't drink it.
I would like for the mayor to drink this water. And if he like, he can come over and have a glass of water with me.
In responding to that residents' challenge, a spokesperson for Mayor Scott said he will not engage in any stunts or theatrics, but will ensure the random testing and investigation into what caused the water crisis continues. Fox 45 News will be at that meeting to hear residents' concerns and also hear how city leaders are addressing those concerns. You can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com for the latest updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And Fox 45 News has been taking matters into our own hands, conducting independent tests of the water in West Baltimore. One woman says she won't trust her water until the mayor comes to her house and takes a sip. Our Keith Daniels has been following this story and testing her water. He's going to have the results later this week.
9:37, the funeral procession for Queen Elizabeth II is wrapping up.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning. What's going on now, Taylor?
Look, we've been following this all morning, as you guys know. It started at 5:30, but now that procession is snaking through central London. You can see the large presence of people just lining the streets, throwing flowers at the Queen's coffin as they head towards Windsor Palace. We want to tell you something, though, that you can't see. There is a card on top of that coffin. It says, "In loving and devoted memory." That's from her husband of 73 years, Prince Charles. Now, mind you, 2,000 guests from around the world. We're talking heads of state, dignitaries, and of course the royal family, all there to say goodbye to the great queen and her grandchildren. They're also out there. We've seen little Charlotte. We've also seen Meghan Markle as well. And riding in that car behind King Charles with their third mother is Princess Kate. Now, they're making their way to Windsor Palace. As we told you, we'll keep you updated throughout the morning here. But that's the latest in the live center. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Taylor, incredible seeing all the flowers being thrown at the car. So many. All right, well, the countdown is on to Blazer Dash at NDP in Baltimore County. Coming up, how that race is about more than just crossing the finish line.
Summer warmth is here, but only for the next few days. In a few minutes, meteorologist Justin Chambers will be back with a closer look at how those temps get more fall-like this week. 9:38 now on Good Day Baltimore.
Looking ahead this morning, the countdown is on to Blazer Dash at NDP in Baltimore County.
This is the 25th anniversary of the school fundraiser, and that includes a 5K and that 1 mile fun run. Some students and faculty joined Fox 45 Morning News earlier this past weekend to share how the race is about more than just crossing that finish line.
The purpose of the race is to raise money for scholarship funds. A lot of those funds are memorial scholarships, and it's a way to show our support for those families who've lost their loved ones that are important to our community.
Blazer Dash begins at 8:30 a.m. this Sunday, September 25th.
A disappointing morning for Ravens fans. Still ahead, the message from head coach John Harbaugh about improvements going forward.
And 8 cheetahs transported to a national park in India. Just ahead, how cheetahs are finally making a comeback in that country. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Oh boy, there's a lot going on here this morning, and it's not a good morning because of what happened last night. The Ravens losing to the Miami Dolphins in their Week 2 home opener yesterday.
The team missing some key offensive starters. Running back J.K. Dobbins, left tackle Ronnie Stanley, both sitting this game out. Now, on the other hand, they did see the return of cornerback Marcus Peters after missing all of last season with that torn ACL.
All right, despite quarterback Lamar Jackson's 4-touchdown game, the Ravens defense was just unable to hold off the Dolphins offense.
Miami's quarterback Tua Tagovailoa throwing for 469 and 6 touchdowns. Coach John Harbaugh addressing the loss after the game, making clear points of improvement moving forward.
You know, I just picked up Tua on my fantasy team.
Did you really?
After those 6 touchdowns, I was like, nobody has him in our league. So
Shoot,
I was like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I think there's
I've got Allen.
There's something else we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Ahoy, mateys. Arr! There you go. Today is National Talk Like a Pirate Day.
And blunder awaits right here in studio as Game of Fire in the Hole is underway.
We're really going for it.
You're just wondering how to celebrate Talk Like a Pirate Day?
I wasn't really.
I didn't know there was a way to celebrate.
So
you got to put on your eye patch,
You're supposed to try and so Megan, stop, because you're not. Oh, you got 2 in.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see.
Doing all right.
So what do you have to do? You get
I
to
think
pick
you're
a
trying to
You
get
gotta
them in.
get these balls
I
in.
had no idea that if we were going to talk like a pirate day, this would be how it goes. But I think
There's
it's the
a game?
cards. It's the cards that I think make
It says
it.
pirate, patch fire, roll dice, then fire with your pirate, patch over one eye. And then you throw it in here and do that.
And I think this is
Okay, well, I got 4 in. So.
Oh, she blows.
don't
Spin the
know if
ship
we're doing
to
this
face any
right.
direction you fancy.
Okay.
Oh no. Happy talk like a pirate day.
All right.
Way to end this show.
Wait, we still got weather.
Oh, thank God we can get out of this. We can get out of this safely.
How are the seas?
They're
Can you not see?
Seas are rough that day, my friends.
Oh, it's right
Take off your eye patch.
Thank you. Like an old man trying to send back soup in a deli. All right, let's take a look at it. See what's going on out there.
I kind of like the patch.
You know, I got to tell you, the ships are out there, and it makes me feel pirate-like, right? Does anybody have a sword? Can I have a sword?
I have one at home.
You do?
I do.
All right. Hold on. I can't see with this thing. This is just like, put it this eye here. Oh, it's much better. Now I can't see out of this eye. I don't know how these pirates did it, man. Woo! All right. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Seas are not rough today, my friends and matey. We are looking good out there right now. Overall, our temperature 73 degrees, southwest at 3 miles an hour. This can act like a sword, even though it's a baton. But that's not a thing. I've at least I'm a flashy pirate. All right, 73 your temp in Baltimore right now. 64 is your dew point. The dew points, my friends, are going to stay a little bit in the sticky category here today on our muggy meter. So you'll definitely feel that. You probably have already felt it if you've stepped outside this morning. Reisterstown next hour will be in the upper 70s. And then as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, look for highs in the upper 80s. Now, we do have a chance of a couple of pop-up thunderstorms, very isolated at best. A lot of us won't see anything today, but 85 by about 5 p.m. You can see in your quick glance forecast, 89 for our high. That's about 10 degrees above average, and that stray thunderstorm possible, too. The other thing I want to point out, the closer we get to the first day of fall, the 12 hours of daylight get closer. So the sun got up just before 7 and goes to bed a little bit after 7 for this afternoon and evening time. Here's some of your high temps today. Lower 80s in Westminster and Eldersburg. 83 in Reisterstown. You all right over there, Demi? Don't fall over. 85 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. 89 in Dundalk and downtown Baltimore City. Numbers here for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, also in the mid to upper 80s for Ellicott City over to Glen Burnie and Severna Park. 85 your number in Annapolis this afternoon. Speaking of the O's and your O's cast, they're not playing the Pirates tonight, but they're playing the Detroit Tigers. Next 3 games will be here at home. In fact, the next 7 will be at home. This is our last long homestand of the year, and the O's are just 4 back from the wild card spot. We got to keep winning. We got to get Tampa Bay and Seattle and Toronto to keep losing, and then we can maybe sneak into the playoffs. Here's a look at our future scam playoffs. Look at that right there. You can see that cold front coming through after about 5, 6, 7 o'clock tonight. That's going to be our best chance to possibly see a pop-up storm. So we may have a slight rain delay at Camden Yards. But overall, everything is out of here by later tonight. Overall, we're a bit drier and cooler tomorrow. And then our next weather maker, where we're going to see some actual rain, that comes in late Wednesday. So Wednesday also looks good, but Wednesday night into Thursday, that's when we'll see some of those rain showers around. And then those showers kind of stay with us off and on through Thursday afternoon before we approach the brand new season. Now, the autumnal equinox is Thursday night. So the first full day of fall will actually be Friday. Well, look at those number differences. I mean, 89 today to 73 for a high on Friday afternoon. That's going to be pretty nice as we head into our first weekend of the new season. And the final weekend of September, too, by the way. Just realized that. All right.
All right, Justin. In your entertainment news, the Phantom of the Opera, Broadway's longest-running show, is scheduled to close next year, early next year, February.
The musical has been a fixture on Broadway since 1988. The COVID-19 pandemic hit Broadway really hard, with all theaters closed for more than 18 months. The musical is costly to maintain, and the box office numbers have fluctuated since the show reopened. The final performance is set for February 18th of next year, weeks after its 35th anniversary.
Wow.
Well, the famous trumpeter and singer Louis Armstrong's Christmas hits have been put together in a special holiday album for the first time. I love his voice. I think this is perfect. The jovial EP will be called Louis Wishes You a Cool Yule. It includes tracks like White Christmas, Baby It's Cold Outside, and then, of course, What a Wonderful World. The new album will be out October 28th, just in time.
I'm ready. I'm ready for Christmas.
Me too. Well, a bright side for you this morning. It's been 7 decades since cheetahs died out in India, and now they're back.
On Saturday, 8 big cats from Namibia were flown to India, and the Indian Prime Minister released them into an enclosure at a national park. The cats emerged from their cage, checking out their new surroundings.
Well, cheetahs were once widespread in India, but they became extinct in 1952 from hunting and just a loss of habitat. India hopes that importing African cheetahs will aid efforts to conserve the country's threatened and largely neglected grasslands.
All right, milkshake lovers might have a new favorite spot that has a whole lot of options.
So a drive-in in Arizona breaks a world record for the most variety of shakes. The drive-in is called Delgadillos. Did I say that right, I think? Delgadillos?
Sounds good to me.
It's the snow cap. It's been a part of Seligman, Arizona since 1953.
And look at that. Look at all those choices. It recently broke the Guinness World Record for largest display of milkshake varieties, coming up with 266 milkshake flavors in an hour and 15 minutes. This record overtakes the previous record holder, Gibson's Gourmet Burgers and Ribs in South Africa, with 207 milkshakes. Was that a burger on top of a milkshake?
With chocolate dripping down.
I mean, I guess you're going to eat the burger and sip a milkshake at the same time.
That's true.
All right, well, partly cloudy with highs in the mid to upper 80s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes us through his 10-day forecast one last time. It's coming up after the break.
And we're officially off the rails.
The pirate thing started it. Since we went into commercial, the control room and Megan have been going back and forth with pirate jokes.
Pirate jokes. They're amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The fact that they can readily pull that, I don't know whether to be impressed or just question my code.
I think they're using Google, but
I don't think
it's
Megan
all
is.
up here. It's all up
there.
here.
Let me give you the 10-day really quick. Then I'd like to hear one
No,
of those
no,
jokes.
just take your time.
I
Take
want to
your
hear
time.
it.
Take your
89
time.
for today, guys. Mid to upper 80s Tuesday and Wednesday. Look at that big shift. We're going to see a better chance of showers and storms on Thursday, especially in the morning time. And then Friday and Saturday, right as we get into our first weekend of fall, our numbers are going to come down. The one I heard was, what did the pirate say to the ocean, or the ocean say to the pirate? He says, nothing, he just waved. That's what Curtis said in my ear.
What did the pirate say when he turned 80?
What?
I'm 80. I'm 80. I'm 80.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
I feel like you didn't give it to
Exactly.
me.
All right, I don't know how else to help it. I feel like it would have been
That
you
was a
kidding.
pirate laugh.
I thought it deserved more.
Okay.
All right.
That's all we
Good
got.
one.
See you tomorrow.